If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to a lovely day on Sewing Street. It's going to be a great day because one of the first things we're doing is playing with Kaffe Fasset fabrics, and they are bright and beautiful. But what are we going to do first? We have got two early bird offers here. I'm going to start with the first one. So this is our lovely early bird offer. Are we going to have the birds tweeting? Oh, here they come. Now, this early bird we've never had before on Sewing Street. It's a 45mm rotary blade sharpener, which I think is a fabulous idea. $14.99 for this lovely little kit here. Now, what you have is it's a little disc here, and it has it's like, you know, the whetstone that you used to have to sharpen scissors in the old-fashioned way, or your cutthroat razor. It's kind of got a ring of that on the inside. You pop your blade in, and then you twist. I'm crackling the paper here, but you twist this thing in the middle here, this little lever here, and you just go backwards and forwards, and it will sharpen your blade and get rid of little nicks. So you're getting your blade back to sharpness, because there's nothing worse than working with a blunt rotary cutter blade. It's dangerous apart from anything else, because you're trying to cut more and more, because it hasn't gone through first time, and you end up being a little bit slap happy and potentially going through your fingers. So this is a really good little tool. Obviously you have to take care when you put the blade in it, because a rotary cutter blade is a razor sharp blade, but you put it in there carefully. Once it's in there and you've popped the twister dial on the top, it's not dangerous now, because you can do that without getting your fingers anywhere near the blade. So it's really handy little tool here, very easy to use. Little instructions on the back here, complete instructions on the inside of the pack. Always do check that. A lot of these things have real instructions on the inside. So you open it up and it's much clearer, not just the little basic instructions here. So this is really handy. If you just see, look, we're just going close up to show you there. That's how easy it is to use. You've put your blade in the centre. Now we do only have a limited number of these, so this is why we've got this special price, $14.99. And I have to say, if you can see it, and it really annoys me, look at my nail. This morning that happened. I know, but people will notice it at home, and it annoys me, so I'm just going to comment. Sorry, it happened this morning when I was playing with some of these tools. That's just cheapy for playing with the tools, won't it? We've got a price comparison for you. So if you look at this, we have got this same blade. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same make. I think it is. Exactly the same make, look, $17.63. And we're doing this for $14.99. So it's the same. And you can see very clearly how it works there. So it's really, really handy little tool to have in your kit. Limited amount we've got available, and this of course starts you going for the day. So you then have your post and packing of $3.95, and that covers you for the entire day. So you can buy this, check out, don't worry about that. When you buy something else later, that post and packing's already been paid. Another price comparison. This is elsewhere as well, exactly the same again, £20. So you can see that we are bringing it to you at a really good price. So this is our one here, so it's exactly the same thing. And okay, we've got less than 30 of these available now. So it's a nice, nifty little tool which will prolong the life of your rotary blades, your rotary cutter blades. 45mm is the sort of standard one that you'll use most times. We do have another one for those that like or have the smaller blades. This is the 28mm one. Again, it's exactly the same. So you put your blade into the little disc here, and then you've got the twister to twist. It's just smaller, it's 28mm. So you can't use your 45 one on this one on your 28 one on the other. They look the same, but the little disc in the centre here, the bit with the wet stone abrasive surface, is the size to fit the blade. So this one's 28mm. This is a really good, so you've got a 28mm rotary cutter. It's really good for like little areas, little corners, going around little petals and little curves. And then the 45mm one is the one you'll use, generally speaking, for cutting your straight lines and your triangles, etc. But if you've got either or both, these are really good ideas. So this one also, $14.99, and this is going to cut your 28mm blades. Not cut them, sorry, sharpen them. Sharpen them. And I think it's a nice way of doing, because it's one of those things, you get knife sharpeners, you get scissor sharpeners, so now you can actually get a rotary blade sharpener too. So the 45 again, so we've got the both there. This is the most used one. So let's put that out of the way a minute, just so we make sure we're showing the right one with the right graphics. So this is the 45, so this is the one you'll use most often, because it's the one you'll have for your general purpose rotary cutter. And it will be able to sharpen any 45mm rotary cutter blade. So it doesn't matter what make of blade you have, you can put that in and it will fit. Now less than 20 on both of these, I'm afraid. So if you are thinking about it, now's the time to pop it in your basket. And don't forget, you don't have to worry about checking out, because you won't pay P&P again. You pay it the once for the day, and then whatever you buy, and when you come and look at some of those Kaffe Fasset fabrics we've got, you will be enamoured of them. Really beautiful, beautiful fabrics. That's the 45mm rotary blade sharpener. Now let's just remind you of how to get in touch if you're new to View. And if you are, very much welcome. My name's Wendy Gardner. So it's lovely that you're here with me. So how can you get in touch with us? Because I do have Facebook here on the side, and I've got lots of people watching. Thank you, Hazel, Shirley, Joan, Susan, Lillian Williams, and Jacqueline Marsh, Amelia, Anne, Sheila, Theo. There's quite a few. I won't read them all out because I'll spend all day doing just that. But welcome. It's nice that you're joining me at this early time in the morning. So what can you do? You can message to Facebook. You can message Sewing Street TV. You can also go through the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And the website's just coming up any second. Here it is. Now, if you go onto the website and you click on Watch Live, you can then see all the products that we have on the shows today. These are the first ones here. These are the 2 blade sharpeners that we've already played. But anything we haven't played, you can look on pre-order. And then when you click on there, you'll see all the things that are coming up in today's shows. Look at those, the Fasset fabrics, look at those. So all these beautiful fabrics, the Stripology ruler, all the fabulous zips, which are a silly, silly low price. Bag making, we've got books, we've got these things for bag making, so you've got the snaps, and these fabulous threads, the amazing threads. So lots of exciting things, ripstock there. And then we have Sew with Beth kits and projects, which are really beautiful. And then under £15 bundles. So they're already going, by the way. They are really good. They've got some, again, beautiful fabrics in there, really lovely things to choose from. So this is what we've got today. Let's look at today's menu, and then we get cracking on with the Fasset fabrics. So what we have on today's menu is we have Fasset fabrics, as I have just said, some beautiful fabrics by the half metre, and we also do have some books from him, which are absolutely glorious. And then at 9 o'clock, Beth is coming from Sew with Beth to join me to do Life in Full Bloom Quilt, which is a quilt that's going to be behind me. You'll see it in a minute. Oh, there it is. Look, that's the quilt. It's a lap quilt. It's beautiful. And you can buy kits, and they are fabulous. And the kits include backing as well, by the way, just saying. And then at 10 o'clock, we have bag making supplies. So these are sort of bits and pieces that you might not have in your stash that are useful. Now, a lot of this is already selling, so you can pre-order if you go on the pre-order tab on the website. At 11, Beth is back with her peg bags and tableware. Again, lovely kits. Wait until you see those. They are fabulous. These is the tableware. So 2 little placemats and some coasters. You get everything in there. And then these peg bags, they are fabulous. They really do have everything. So really lovely little things to look for there. And then when we are back at 12 o'clock, we have our under £15 fabric bundles. And some of those bundles, well, all of them are beautiful, of course, but some of them, to dream for, they really are. Absolutely fabulous. But let's start. Let's start with what we've got here. So the first thing we're going to look at is this lovely fat quarter bundle. Now, we're going to talk about this all day because it is amazing. You get 67 fat quarter pieces. So I'm just going to move them forward towards me. Look at these. Oh, look, I mean, I've got to do it so carefully because there's so many. 67, Hannah, did you say? 67. So our poor warehouse crew are now having a long holiday because they've had to cut all these bundles. No, they're not really. We don't do this very often. This is £116.91 for 67 fat quarters. You can get it on split pay, 2 split pays of £58.45. So you get this whole bunch. Look at all of these. You get all of these. So fat quarter size. Let me just remind you of what that is in size. So that is a fat quarter. Rose and Hubble quality fabrics. It's a nice cotton. These are the ones that we stock, and we often sell a sort of like a half metre piece for this, or we maybe combine it with a print and sell them. But we've got here this complete bundle of sort of every colour that you can think of. No, I say that and then somebody's going to say, but what about? But really has got, you've got all of these lovely colours. So you've got all going through all the greens, pinks to purples to blues, and we've got more blues here and greens. It's very difficult when you're putting these together to decide how to put them, you know, how to actually combine them. You will have a play when they arrive, because there's nothing worse than not having a coordinating fabric to hand when you want one. And these make, I mean, a fat quarter is a lovely size, so these make lots of things for like lining, pockets, bit of applique, sashing, borders. And you'll always know what colour to order in future because you've got the whole lot here. Look at them, can you see? Oh, look at that, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. 67 pieces, £116.91. What does that work out? I mean, how many metres is that? So we've got to divide 67 by 4, haven't we? What's 67 by 4? It's 1 and 2 over and 27 divided by 4. It's about 16 metres, isn't it? So it works out at less than £2 a fat quarter. In fact, it's £1.82 per fat quarter. £1.82 per fat quarter. And then meterage, 16 metres-ish. We're just go the maths. 16.75 metres. You're getting 16.75 metres by getting this bundle. Super mega bundle this is. We're calling it our Rainbow Colours Fat Quarters Mega Bundle. Absolutely beautiful. It is always popular when we're able to do it, but we can't always do it because of the poor warehouse staff who have to cut all of these fabrics into fat quarters and bundle it all up. And we don't always have all of the colours in stock. So this is why it's not often we can do this superb collection like this. It's not lesser quality or anything, it's just that the difficulty is having this range of colours and these poor chaps in the warehouse having to cut them up and bundle them all up. So we can only do it occasionally. £116.91 or 2 split payments of £58.45. That's up to you. You can pay it outright or you can pay it in 2 parts and it's 0 interest. You get the bundle when you've made your first payment. So it'll be winging its way to you within the next few days if you pay today. And then you pay the second half in a month's time. So that's really lovely. When you think of this, keep this in mind. You can just see on the side here, we've got some of the Kaffe facets in view. Let's push these one to one side and then let's have a look at some of those. Because this, do I have to push them aside yet? Because I just want to keep stroking them. Okay, I move them. Reluctantly. They're so lovely. So, Kaffe Fasset fabrics. Now, most of you will know Kaffe Fasset. Kaffe Fasset he was originally a knitwear designer, so he did yarns and things, but he's gone into fabrics and has done for some years. And they have the same glorious array of colours and prints, absolutely beautiful fabrics. Now the fabrics we've got here, they're not brand new fabrics as such, but what they are is some of sort of favourite from Kaffe's collection. So if I bring these into view, keep shifting those along, I don't want them to. So I've just brought them all in there just so that you can see them all. Look at those. Now they are only by the ½ metre, they're not as a bundle, so you buy each one individually, so you could buy exactly how much you want from each of them. These are beautiful for quilting, for patchwork, for dressmaking, for craft making. You can use these fabrics for absolutely anything. So I'll slip them to one side and go through them one by one. Look at this. So this is, I mean, it's so hard to ever say which is your favourite. Now this is a lovely, it's a very soft cotton. Very soft. This is called Jumble in Lime. And all the time, bearing in mind some of these other fabrics we were just looking at. So that's why I'm saying about keep that fat quarter bundle in mind, because you might well want to pick out and make something so you can mix a bit of the pattern with a bit of this. And this is £7.49 for ½ metre. His whole forte is colours. It's all about colours. He's doing a lecture at Festival of Quilts in a few weeks' time. I can't believe it's going to happen in a few weeks' time. And it's all about colour and how he puts colours together. He is a master of it. It can be very difficult because having somebody else that's worked out, because what he does is he will mix and match colours. He will clash colours in a way that, I remember when I was young, my mum used to say blue and green should never be seen. But you can also say green and blue is God's own hue. See? So you can see them. So there's different ways of looking at it, and you can be bold. And he, of course, shows us how with all of his quilts and things. Also, the price that we're looking at these. So this same pattern in a darker green. So it's jumble is the pattern. Again, it's a lovely soft cotton, very soft cotton. This is in emerald. Oh, just taking that label off, put it back on, mustn't lose it. Very lovely soft cotton, look at those colours. Again, I can just pick out some of the colours from our pack. So you can go with that, or you can just think what you could do. Or of course, you don't have to keep to the greens. You could actually bring in, talking about blues, we could bring a blue in. And then you're sort of clashing colours, it's really lovely. Does it have to be back in a nice little, because Hannah spent ages putting these in a beautiful order, and I'm going to be messing up that order now. So that's the other one. Okay, so don't forget, now the price of this is £7.49 for half a metre. So £7.49 for half a metre, which means it's sort of under £16 for a metre for Kaffe Fasset fabric. This is a designer fabric. You can buy by the half metre, or you can buy multiples. So if you decided you wanted to make something bigger, a bigger project, the back of a quilt, a dress, a shirt, anything like that, kimono, one of these would be beautiful. You can do that by buying multiples. Just click the amount you want in order to get the thing. Now, this isn't quite the one I've got on, but this is the one that I kind of quite like the thought of having on. This is beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. That is really, really beautiful. Hot petunia, is it? Again, £7.49. Now that £7.49 price is the price that we've got these fabrics at the moment. But we do know that designer fabrics are going up all over the place. The world is going up, yeah. And so we're keeping them at that price for the moment, but we can't promise we can do so for much longer. It is a case of, this is the price we've got them for you at the moment, but they may well go up, and I don't know when that might be. All the colours, look at this. You've got turquoise with yellow, with orange. And again, what you can do is you can bring in a plain. If you wanted to mix and match plains, you could bring in a plain to go with it. Or if you want to keep really bright, you could bring in a bright colour to go with it. So think about mix and matching your colours. Oh, I really am making a mess of your colour scheme. I'm trying to be nice and neat. But this is a lovely one. Hannah's crying in the gallery because I'm messing up her colours. I love this one. So is this my favourite? Well, I don't know. I shall look at some others because that is a really beautiful one. But then again, so is this. I actually have this in a fat quarter at home. But I do like the idea of having that. Now look at those colours. Just look. Wouldn't that make a lovely dress? I know not everybody wants to make dresses, but wouldn't that make a lovely dress? And it's so lovely and soft as well. It will flow beautifully. It really will. Lovely soft. Again, it's is it peonies, did you say? Petunias. I'm not very good on my flowers. Bought some more this weekend. So a message from Heidi. Good morning, Wendy. You look absolutely gorgeous today. Your dress is amazing. Thank you, Heidi. That's very sweet of you. This dress is one, I actually made it years ago, so I'm quite pleased I still fit it. But I made it to show how to fit a bra, fit the bust area by using a bra which you stuff on the table, and then you put the pattern pieces sort of over it and pin them together, because if you can't always do it on yourself, can you? So yes, I did it as a little tutorial. Pinning to skin does hurt, Elliot, it does. Yes, so it is actually a quilting weight cotton. I've often used quilting weight cottons for dresses. I also use furnishing cottons for dresses. So these are called quilting weight. It's a very soft, it flows, it would gather and pleat beautifully, all of these fabrics. So now, is that a favourite? Or what about this one? You see, the thing is, they're all beautiful. They're all absolutely beautiful. Now, there is only 5 metres of this one, I'm afraid. And if you are thinking about making a full skirt, a dress like this, a full skirted dress like this, I would buy 3 or 3.5 metres, just in case anybody is thinking of that. If you prefer to make a simple shift dress, which would work beautifully as well, you would need to line it, I feel, because it is, unless you want a very lightweight summer dress to go on holiday when we can again, because it is lightweight, it's very gatherable and pleats beautiful. Is that a word, gatherable? Really beautiful, you can see that, isn't it lovely? You can see how that would just flow. So that's really lovely. So that's a lovely one there. You feel it's Japanese inspired? Yes, I know what you mean. You can see the geisha girls twirling their umbrellas, can't you? Japanese umbrella. It's not across my bottom, it's across the bottom of the screen. Is this fabric suited for a caftan top like a cardigan top? Jill, yes, it is. It will be a lightweight flowing one, but definitely, I mean, a caftan top or a, what's the other one? A kimono is the other one I'm thinking of as well. But definitely a little caftan top. It's lightweight. Caftan tops are sometimes made from a crisper cotton. But if you're looking for something lightweight, very easy to wear in hot weather, 100% cotton, this would be perfect. Absolutely lovely. So same pattern, but in orange. Isn't that gorgeous? There's a lot of orange around at the moment. Oh, you've got a footstool, Hannah, have you, in this bright orange? It is lovely. So that's what I've done with my furnishings at home. So I have got, you won't believe this, but it's true, I have got sort of white or, is it magnolia, or steel grey walls. So everything is quite plain. And my sofas are oatmeal, but then on that I have got my bright cushions and quilts and artwork on the walls, really bright zingy colours, but of course they can be changed. So I just love these. So I mean, this 1/2 metre easily would make, I mean, this makes a lovely cushion, doesn't it? You could make a lovely cushion cover this. I would just put wadding behind it to give it more bulk. You could do some machine or hand embroidery round these flowers to make them sort of stand out and give a 3D effect to it. You could really do something very beautiful with this, because the fabric is so gorgeous on its own. You don't have to cut it up. If you are into quilting and you want to cut up, of course you can cut nice squares out of that, and you could do quite an easy patchwork design of lots of squares, like a 9 patch or whatever it is, and use these in the centre, fussy cut them, have them in the centre of each square. We then have, it's just a delight to open all these up, and I can't tell you, oh, this is banana leaves, is it? Ooh, is that up the right way? Yeah, that's up the right way. So this must be a directional one, I think. Isn't this like, again, isn't this beautiful? Banana tree. So this is for doing something with a big central piece. This would be lovely. You could make a bag. It's not typical green leaf. No, it's lovely. It's got lovely colours in it. And again, you can bring some other colours into this. If you wanted to, bring in some other colours and make it zing out. So you can do it like that, or you can tone it, keep it together. So this, this you can see why this fat bundle works so well. It's got so many options here with all these beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Lovely, soft. Oh, there is another banana leaf. Let's look at the other banana leaf colourway. This one is on a, oh, this one really does look more banana-y. This is beautiful. Oh, that's up the wrong way. There we are. Kind of feels more banana-y because it's yellow, doesn't it? But again, beautiful. I love the colours. It kind of looks sort of like sunset colours to me. And this time you've got some blues going through it. So really beautiful, lovely, soft, flowing cotton. So lovely to wear in hot weather. We will have some hot weather. We've got to have some hot weather. Really beautiful. Now, just before we go through the rest of it, because we've still got loads more of these lovely fabrics from Kaffe, let's just recap the Fat Quarter bundle. We don't always offer this. I've got to move my fabrics around here. Yeah, I have. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look, I've made a mess of them here, look. Put them back into a nice order. Don't tell me Hannah's going to kill me later, I'll run. So here we have this lovely bundle again. I've not made too much of a mess of it, look. I've kept it quite neat and tidy. But this is beautiful. So 67 fat quarters, which is 16.75 metres. Works out at £182, I think you said, per fat quarter. £116.91. Sounds like a lot of money, but when you break it down and say you're actually paying £1.82 per fat quarter, it really isn't. And when you get this at home and you've got every single colour you can possibly imagine, this will last you for, I mean, so many things you can do with it. You can add it, and it's sometimes, it's nice when you can take a print, a beautiful print, and then you don't need to use too much of the beautiful print, and then you can make it really stand out by putting planes with it. If you think, when you're looking at a big rainbow project, but actually, I mean, it would be fabulous, but if you think of all of these on lots of different projects, you will find you'll use it. I mean, you know, bag linings, pockets, sashing, borders. This... Hannah's just said she knows somebody who does books about fat quarter makes. I'm laughing because, yeah, my book's not on this one, is it? It's on another show. So yes, I have got my Fun with Fat Quarter books on the show. And of course I've done Take Two Fat Quarters gifts, Take Two Fat Quarters homes. Debbie Shaw's done books with half yards, same kind of thing really. So again, you know, that's half yard is basically half a metre or 2 fat quarters. So many books out there with lots and lots of different projects. And what I like about this range of planes is that they can really make your pattern fabric zing out, because just surrounding a beautiful pattern with a nice plain, and you can really mix up the colours with this. Even this on its own would look fabulous. Imagine using some of this for applique, so you can have a pattern and then you can applique letters, messages and things. You'll be inspired when you open your workroom and you just see this whole bundle, this stack of lovely fabrics. Of course, one of them you could use to make a basket to stack your fabrics in. That's what you could do. These are beautiful. Now, I think a lot of people have got this in their basket. Don't forget, it's not yours until you check out. We don't know when we can bring this back again. Sorry, just having a quick slurp of coffee there. It's a lot of work. I say a lot of work for us to put together, but it's the royal we. Hasn't been a lot of work for me, but it has been for the warehouse team. I mean, we have to thank them for doing all of this, for cutting all these fat quarters, for putting them all into these beautiful bundles. And the difficulty for bringing these back repeatedly, of course, is we don't always have all these colours. So it's not easy for us to put this, I say us again, it's not easy for this bundle to be put together. So it's quite nice to have it when we can. And when split pay is an option, £58.45, and you get all of this, 67 fat quarters, which is 16.75 metres of fabric. You get all of that home after you've paid your first payment. And if you buy it today, you can pay it off by the 1st of August. It'll be done. And the second payment, you can ignore it going out, it just goes out. You've spent it now and it goes out later. Don't worry about it. So this is a really lovely, you can see how many beautiful fabrics there, 67 fat quarters, Rose and Hubble quality, all plains in every shade you can imagine. We're going to, again, I'm going to put those to one side. We're going to go back onto the Kaffe fabrics, but before we go on the Kaffe fabrics, let's just have a look at his book. Now this is £8 off. We had this on Designer Week and we had it at this lovely deal, but we've also kept it off. It says behind the scenes with a master colourist. He really is a master colourist. That's what he is all about. So in the book at £19.99, so it's a saving of £8, what you have is a lot of information about the history of it, how he designs. Look at all this. Can you imagine doing a dusting? All these beautiful prints and things and how he puts everything together. I've not been, I know a few people have been to his house, I haven't, or his studio I should say, but I should imagine it is a riot of colour. I don't know, because I know he lives in England. I'm not sure whether he's English or American. This was published in American first. So I don't know. Somebody out there might know, somebody can tell us. Oh, I've got a message here. Elizabeth, thank you. She says, morning lovely, love the colour of your dress. You're a girl after my own heart for big prints. Ordered lots of Kaffe Fasset fabrics, fabulous. Yes, I do like bright. Look at this, look at this. So this is really all about, I mean, it's very pictorial, but you can see how he works, the painting studio, how he puts everything together. And it's so inspirational because it's just a book of colour. How you put all these, I mean, look at the mixture of colours he's got there. Absolutely beautiful. Just, I mean, he will see things like a mosaic and then he'll think of that in fabric. So it really is very, very pictorial, which is what he's all about. He's all about colour. And he's split it in, he's got an upstairs kitchen and a down, I like that, upstairs and downstairs kitchens. But it's just lovely the way he's showing how you can have colour and how the mixtures of colours are absolutely everywhere. It does inspire you, doesn't it? Look at this. If nothing else, it could give you some decorating ideas. Really lovely. So it is all about colour. He's American, is he? We'll allow him. American-born, British-based artist, that's what he is. I know he lives in London. I love that. Look at that build. Look at that. That just looks so Mediterranean, doesn't it? My tiled and mosaicked garden terrace outside Brandon's quarters. That's his partner, who's equally lovely. Here he is. Isn't it fabulous? Yeah, he's wearing a John shirt. Oh, apparently they both watched Killing Eve. Oh, that was such a good series. So this is, now we're going into, we've been sort of through all his coloured rooms, and now we're looking at sort of its inspiration, books and travel. Oh, you've been to this walkway, Hannah. It is in Havana. Isn't that fabulous? This one. Or this one here, yeah. You've got that same picture. I love this one as well. So then you're showing it in fashion. This, isn't it lovely? So this is how you sort of being observant wherever you go. Look at these collections that he's got. So you can see how he gets all of it. I love the way he's barefoot in nearly all his pictures. You can see where he gets design ideas from and then how he then translates that. Look, he's got a flower and then he's translating that onto fabric. Oh, we have that one. Really beautiful. Very fascinating, fascinating history. There we've got some of these are some of the yarns, look. It's just all about colour. So this is a really beautiful book. It's what I'd call a coffee table book. Oh, then we've even got some patterns, look. There's some how-to patterns. Amazing. It really is. Look at those, look at the colours. And simple shapes, just squares and rectangles, look. Rail fence. Templates. And then you've got a few big basic steps on. Oh, and then we've got, is this how to do this with? I think this is how to do this with tapestry. So you can add tapestry to it. A real mixture here. And then some knit. So you've got everything here. You really have some knit projects as well. So it's a fabulous coffee table book. You will never get sick of looking through this. You'll see, every time you open it up and look through it, you'll find something else in there to see and marvel at. Beautiful, beautiful book. £8 off today, which is a really good deal. But as well as the book, we have more fabrics. Now we have got a hydrangea print which we saw in the drawings. Here it is. We've got this in 3 colourways. Now this one I'm afraid is incredibly limited, this blue one. But we saw him drawing that in the book. So it's got different colours as you go through. Again, it's this beautiful, very, very soft cotton. Oh, Sadie's helping. What Sadie said? Oh, thank you. 1937. Wow. Thank you for that, Sadie. If you come to Festival of Quilts and you see him, you'll know more about him. So that's that one. That's the lovely one we saw him painting in the book. Oh, we're only down to 1 metre of that, which means 2, if you choose 2. But we have got it in this colour, which is deep purple. This is lovely, look at this. So you've got black behind the background here of the purple, and then you've got the flowers, big flowers you've got in sort of the reds, the blues, or these are sort of turquoisey blues, blues and green. Absolutely beautiful. Now there is more of this in baskets than we actually have available. So if you definitely want this one, please do check out. So do check out because you don't want to lose it, because just because it's in your basket doesn't mean it's yours, not yet. So this is a really beautiful one, but we've also got it in this colour. Here we are. Oh, that's the back. That's no good. Look at that. It will, I mean, this is lovely, and you know, the lovely big patterns, but actually you can definitely use something like this for patchwork. So it's that same beautiful design that we actually saw him painting and creating in his book. But if I fold this back up and then fold it into a smaller piece, let's put it into a triangle. You see how that would be a 1 triangle? I mean, that's a large triangle, or you might have a triangle like that. So every time you cut this, it'll be slightly different. Because he obviously knows people quilt with his fabric, so he thinks about how this could actually work in smaller pieces as well. So again, if I fold that into like small squares-ish, square-ish, you can see how they're different. It is a real burst of colour, and it would look so lovely if you then picked out some plains. So if you were doing a patchwork quilt, you could pick out some of the plains to go alongside it, and then that would really make that stand out beautifully. So that's absolutely lovely. Put it back in its right place so I don't get told off. And then the next one, oh, let's go for these. So again, I've got these in 2 colourways. Oh, you've got this one at home, Hannah. It is. Oh, I know what you mean. Yes, polymer clay. When you want to make buttons and things like that, or beads, it is, isn't it? You sort of roll up these different colours together into a sausage, and then you cut them up, and you've got all the different colours inside. I know exactly what you mean. It's a workshop that we have at Knitting Stitching quite often. It is. I mean, isn't the fabric beautiful? And again, because it's quite an all-over small print, it's not directional, so any direction would work just as well. Lovely soft cotton, easy to use. Where would you go with the Kaffe to get all of these combinations of colours? And to know that you are making something that's got Kaffe Fasset fabrics in it, and that you can say, oh, yeah, this is Kaffe Fasset. Yeah, you know, this is a designer fabric. Just very cash. It's beautiful. It's lovely, knowing you're working with sort of master craftsman's fabric. Same thing, but this time in the green. So I like this as well. Look at that, because even though it's the same design, because it's got a green background, the different little circles stand out differently. It draws your eye to different ones. I mean, and again, actually they go well together. That's the other thing you can think of. You can put these fabrics together, so they all look nice together. And then particularly if you then combine them with some of the other plains, just sort of looking at these plains, which way shall I go? Oh, this one here. So I'm bringing some plains into that. So you can imagine a quilt, a bag, a lap quilt, tabletop, table runner, placemats, using all of these different fabrics. But if you have a neutral room, this is something you can do, and you can make colour. You can add colour to your room, add some nice bright colours. It does make you feel cheery. And then when it comes to the winter, maybe you put the very colourful summery ones away and you get out something that's a little bit more muted. That's the thing about doing this, that you can do your furnishings or your soft furnishings and your accessories in all these beautiful bright colours, but keep your backgrounds neutral. Do I sound like, is it Kirsty? Or who, that house doctor was always saying you must make your house neutral. But what you can do is you can add colour with your furnishings and your accessories, and then you can create something really beautiful. So that is the other one of this. Is it geodes? What do they actually call this one? Oh, puddles. Okay. Very colourful puddles. Do you still jump in puddles? That's what I want to know. You swim. You swim in puddles, do you? They'd have to be pretty big puddles. Oh, this is called button mosaic. As you can see, it's got little buttons all over it. Oh, this is one of our most recent ones. I think it has kind of got a right way up. We've got 6 meters of this. If we go in close, you can see that in the centre of all of these different buttons, we've got red thread. So these are all these little sew-through buttons with red thread. It's very pretty. So you've got sort of blues, greens, and then red coming through. Imagine putting these together. So don't forget your fat quarter bundle, because you've got all of these beautiful colours in the bundle, which will really help make these lovely fabrics zing out. Is that a word? Zing. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely soft cotton again. Oh, so gorgeous this. We've still got a few Kaffes left, but we also have his design wall. So if we don't get to it, do make sure you look on the website, look on the pre-order bit, and you can see it. Now the design wall is basically, do you remember those games where you had like a felt mat and then you had like felt pieces and you'd put them on and create pictures? little houses, little people with their clothes and things, using these. It's kind of like that, but you hang it on the wall, and then you can put your fabric pieces on it without pinning, because it's got that sort of rough surface, I guess, a sort of felty surface. You can then put them on there, and you can lay different colours together. You can decide what colours you want to put together next to each other, opposite each other, etc. That's on pre-order. It's in case we don't get to it, because we have still got some more beautiful fabrics. Look at this one. So this is like a stripe, but not a plain old stripe. This looks like a bit like a mosaic stripe, doesn't it? Sort of little squares all over it. What do we call this one? Chips. Chips, okay. So I think it's like chips as in chips of mosaic, I would say, not in French fries. Unless you're looking at them straight down in their square cut. Oh, don't talk about food. But I do like the fact that on these you've also got the lovely selvages, because we say you need to cut the selvages off when you're making, because the selvages can be woven a bit more tightly than the rest of the fabric, which can actually make your seams pucker or twist. So you cut them off, but don't throw them away, particularly when they're like this, because you can then make things out of the selvages. So let's just look at these last few. So that's that chips in the green and orange, and now we have got it in turquoise and blue. So again, you've got this stripe. Beautiful stripe there, lovely blues. It does look like a swimming pool, doesn't it? You can just imagine that, like the tiles in the bottom of a pool. And you could bring in a lime to zing out, or you could try and keep the colours. It depends whether you want to blend or you want to contrast. You've got cocktail head on now, have you? Lime with the gin and tonic sounds good to me. Okay, we're down to the last few. What do we call this? I mean, this looks like lots of hills with trees on it. Reminds me of the terraces of the vineyard places. What do we call this one? Oh, this is called shark teeth. Okay. I was thinking something more country-fied, but it's shark's teeth. He was from San Francisco. So this is one. So again, what we have here is this beautiful soft fabric, which is very lovely. It will pleat, it will gather, it will float and flow beautifully. But again, if you're thinking patchwork and quilting, imagine that as a border, just a strip of that as a border. That would be lovely. Or if you're cutting it into smaller shapes, because of the design of this, it will be easy to cut smaller shapes and you won't sort of spoil the design. If we just fold that up, if I fold it up into a smaller piece, and again, if we imagine it as a triangle, it's just different, isn't it? It's so lovely. Then we have the same design, but this time it is in a blue and white. So is that must be up the wrong way then, is it, shark's teeth? Because shark's teeth do go up, don't they? I don't think it really matters, does it? Beautiful. So this is in blue and white. I just love the way it's undulating. It's not just straight lines. Hannah's just said, great word, my waistline undulates. So does mine. I start off at the beginning of the day with a waist that's 2 inches smaller than it is at the end of the day. I need flexi clothes. Then we have 3 in this last colourway. Sorry, last pattern. We have this lovely lime. So this is a stripe. Again, imagine this as sashing. You could have just one of the colourways, or borders where you could have 2 or 3 of the colours. It looks really beautiful. Look, it does it. What do we call this one? It is garlands. Oh, right. So it looks like a garland if you've arrived in Hawaii and you can have a garland around your neck. $7.49 for a ½ metre of a designer fabric. Do remember that. And of course, if you wanted to buy a metre or 2 metres, that's easy to do. You just multiple the number of units in your basket. So very beautiful. That's in the limes. And then we have it again in the pinks. Now there's only 5 metres left of this one. I love those colours, look at those. You could have it as binding, and so then you'd have just a strip like that. Just a little hint of it all the way through. That would be lovely. Beautiful. And then our final one . Final one is in blues. It's a light background, sort of a light grey background, but you've got the blues this time. Very, very pretty. And again, you can mix that with your fat quarter bundle. Lots of different colours would come in here. I keep picking up the green, but it does work so well with these, or we could go for blue. You just see how well it would all coordinate together. So it's a superb mixture and collection. So, talking about the fat quarter bundle, let's just have a quick recap of it so you don't miss out, because we're not always able to do this or bring this to you. I'm just going to go over to the other set because I want to look at some of the other I'm going before you're ready for me to go. So I was going to walk out of set. Right, now I can walk out of the set. So 67 fat quarters. 67 fat quarters for £116.91p. If you work that out, it sort of works out about £182 per fat quarter, which is an amazing price when you think about it. £182 for a fat quarter, and you get all of those colours. And we don't know how often or how when we can next bring this bundle to you, because it all has to be individually cut by the lovely warehouse people and then packaged into a bundle. So it's quite a laborious job to do. So we don't always have all of the colours. So this is a really good time to be able to buy all of those beautiful colours for £116.91p or 2 split payments of £58.45. Talking about taking the opportunity whilst you can, the Stripology square ruler is back in stock. Now, this is really great for anybody that does quilting or wants to cut strips easily, but you can do more than cut strips. You can cut squares, you can cut triangles, etc. But it's particularly easy to cut strip, hence it's called Stripology. And basically what you have on it is you have 2 different kinds of measurements here. You've got the ½ inch and the inch. You've got little symbols on the bottom. So if you want to cut every 1½ inches, rather than having to work out that's an inch, that's the half, that's an inch, that's the half, you can just follow the little symbols here. So you've got little stars, or if you wanted to do 2 inches, you can do these ones. I think you'll find that, yeah, so you've got the whites are ½ inches on here, and the blacks are inch. So that's an inch, inch, inch. So it's really quite easy to work with. And the other thing I particularly like about it, again, if you're new to quilting, you start off on this edge. I'm just going to turn this around. So I've got the fabric folded, and you start off on this edge on 0, because the first thing to do is to get your fabric squared. So I'm going to start on the 0 one here, and you put your rotary cutter into the little teardrop and then once it's in the teardrop, you just push it to the other end. And that's going to square off. So I didn't start it very well. Hold on, just get rid of that a second. That's just going to square off your fabric at the start. And then once you've done that, you can then decide whether you want to cut. So I'm now going to put that on that edge that I've just squared off. And I can now cut inch strips, 1.5 strips or 2-inch strips. So if I go for the 1.5 inch, I'm going to follow the little stars here. So again, I just put my blade in that teardrop. I don't have to hold the ruler too much, and it's a long way, my hand's a long way from the actual blade, so I'm not holding it close to the blade. And I can just push all the way along. That's my first strip. Then I can do my next one, 1.5 inches on again, and make sure the blade's down. Make sure the blade goes between the slats, because what you've got a little teardrop at the start, but you've also then got in between, you've got all these little slits, and that's what you're doing. You're going down the slits. So you're running your blade along the slits. And the next one, so as I say, if you're a beginner to using a rotary cutter and a blade, I promise you this is really easy to do, because you will get, I'm just going to snip because I didn't start right at the beginning properly. So you can see that I'm not as expert at it as other people are, but look how easy that is to cut these perfect, straight, beautiful straight strips. Oh, cutting a straight line with a rotary cutter. And when you have to use, as you normally would do, is you'd have the rotary cutter and you'd be holding it close to it, and then you'd be running your hand, running the rotary cutter along here. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. You've got your hand on here. You have to hold it down really hard. Some people have a problem doing that. If you've got rheumatism in the arm. This has got built-in grips on the bottom of it. So all of these lines, I don't know if you can actually see it. Can you see the sort of shading here? So all of these lines are the grip. Oh, Joan has sent in, excellent ruler, love Creative Grid products. I absolutely agree, because they've got so many grips on the bottom. Everything here is all grips. It means the ruler stays in place. Once you've bought it, you do need to look after it. If you buy, this is the $44.99 one. If you buy the super big one, you have to make sure you pick it up straight, because all of these lines are cuts. Now I've just cut strips, but if I want to now cut into little squares, if I was mad enough, which I'm not sure I ever will be, to do a quilt that has tiny, tiny little squares or something, you can do that too. So you've cut your strip and then you can cut your square. Let me start at that end. And you can cut layers. So I can actually, of course, I can put these ones here as well, which will save time. So sometimes when you're doing quilting, you have to cut so many bits of fabric. So let me see, if I wanted to cut these are 1.5 inches wide, so I want to cut them and 1.5 inches long. I'm just going to kind of slightly guess it at the moment. Line up the ruler. So step 1, I am actually going to straighten off that edge, and then I'm going to use my star, so I know that I'm going to do every 1.5, and then I can just go along. So it really is much quicker. I'm not having to move the ruler, because normally you'd be moving the ruler each time. So all I'm doing is going along the grid. So this avoids something going wrong. Every time you move with the ruler, there's a potential of the fabric changing places. So I've now got, I don't know what I would use these for. Look at these. Lots of little squares. Look how quick and easy that was. That is so easy to cut. And obviously, the smaller you go on a normal ruler, the fiddlier it is. Look how many I've managed to cut. So if you have to cut 100 little squares, you can do so easy. Of course, you don't have to cut them this small either. And equally, you can cut triangles. So as well, what you would do is you'd have your square, and then you put your square. I've only got little ones here, but you could work with bigger ones. You just would turn your you turn your square so that you've got it, because you can only cut straight. So you need to cut. I'm trying to get my words out here. What I'm trying to do is make sure that the lines are going across. So I've lined up my diagonal there. That's my diagonal line, but my actual cutting line is across here. So I've lined that up, and I'm now going to go at a funny angle. And again, I can start all the way back here and just go through. So you can do that like that, or you can do it using the edge. So there we have triangles. Wish I had bought this long before now. It makes cutting and squaring so much easier and right. I totally agree, Leslie, I really do. Particularly, as I say, when you're more sort of like me, I do patchwork and quilting, but I do quite basic. I certainly wouldn't be cutting up loads of little pieces and then sewing them together again. People do though. What I do think is it's a fabulous ruler, absolutely love it to bits. $44.99, really lovely. So this is the ruler. This is the square stripology. Once you've got it, you'll love it. It's got so many grippy teeth, it does not. See, you see when I'm doing this, the ruler is not moving, the whole mat is. So the ruler, the grippy teeth on the bottom of this, the grippy surface on the bottom, really does grip onto the fabric, doesn't slip around, safer to use, it really is. It does come, also, if you scan, use your phone, use your camera on your phone to scan this, it will take you to a demonstration on YouTube using this ruler, and the demonstration is done by the person who designed the ruler. It's done by, what's her name of her? Gudrun. She does the demonstration. She designed the ruler, and they are designed by people who quilt. They're not made for quilters as that. They are actually designed by quilters and then made. So they really will be useful. Fabulous ruler to have. So, I don't know, I found something to do with all those little bits of fabric now. So, we have got Sew with Beth coming up next, and the first one we're going to do is the quilt, the lovely quilt that's on the wall over there. She's going to give us a couple of demos there. We must welcome her. She's quite new to us, so make sure you welcome her, send some nice messages in, and I will see you in a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. So I'm joined for this lovely hour by the gorgeous, lovely Beth. And it's
Hi again.
Sew with Beth. So makes it easy, doesn't it, to remember? Now the quilt behind Beth is the first project for this hour. Isn't that beautiful? So it's a lap size project and we have 2 kits for this. Now these kits are absolutely amazing. The one that is on the wall there, this is the one I've got here. So this is the kit. It's a lovely packed thing. And what I just love this. I don't know if I can move it over so it's easier to see. Look at this. Look, look. Little tiny charm which says handmade. That's right, isn't it, Beth? So that says handmade there. Little tiny charm. I mean, I know it's a little small detail, but isn't that lovely? It's the attention to detail. So the quilt is approximately 39 by 39 inches. If I flip over the pack, look what you get. So what you get is the full instructions, and we'll go through those in just a minute quickly. You get the templates for the embroidery, so it's hand embroidery. So you get 3 big skeins, and you get your embroidery needle, nice big eye, easy to thread. You get your fabric for the front, but you also get the backing. So there you've got a nice white. It's not just plain white, is it?
No,
it's got
a
a
white
self-print.
self-spot on it.
It's got a little self spot on it, so you
Yeah.
get your backing as well. The only thing you haven't got in this is the wadding. So that's a personal choice, whether you want a high loft one, whether you want a sort of soft floaty one, whether you want a thin one, you can do whatever you like with that. So it's $57.99 and you get all of that, everything that you need, and including instructions on how to do the beautiful hand embroidery, which is amazing. So that is the colourway that's on the wall, so it's $57.99. We do have it also in the colourway that Beth is going to be showing. Now this time I'm going to show you what you get. Of course you get the instructions. So these are beautiful instructions, very easy to follow, step-by-step photographs. You've even got a little hint here, 10 embroidery stitches for beginners. And lots of photos. You can see how you put this design together. Very clear. Then you have your templates. I love the idea of mixing quilting, machine quilting with hand embroidery. It's a lovely way to sort of finish, isn't it? Oh, look at this one. This is the middle one. So of course you could use these templates again. You could use this as a centre of a cushion, a centre of a table runner or something like that. You could even make these, you could make these as little hearts in felt, do the embroidery, fill them with lavender, hang them in the wardrobe. So you've got a lot of uses for this lovely pattern. So you get the pattern with both of these. Templates are full size, but then you also get all your fabric. So you've got your fabric here for your embroidery. So is that a linen?
That's just the calico for the back, actually.
Oh, it's a calico for the back.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's so you can enclose, so your backing of your embroidery.
Oh, right, so this is the,
To
you back the
stabilise.
embroideries to stay. Ah, so goodness.
Because
that's
I
real
don't like
attention to
using a
detail.
hoop.
So you
So I
rather
put
than
2
use a hoop,
layers.
brilliant, you could explain that, everything you need. This is the white spot, which is the backing. Now, is it easier if I open that up a little bit and show it to you single layer? Can you see the little white spot, look? So it's not just plain white, that's lovely, and a lovely soft cotton there. As well as that, we have the brown. So this is one of the colourways to create the front. So you have the brown, you have a white. Oh, look at this. It looks like batik.
It is a batik.
It is batik. Beautiful. So those are the three colours there. This is then your embroidery panel
cotton,
pieces. So that's the piece you're going to embroider on and you put with the backing. You have your needle with the large eye, and then again 3 skeins of embroidery floss. And they are really big skeins, those, aren't they?
25 metres, I think.
25 metres on each.
I think so, yeah.
Yes,
but
that's
you
what it
don't
says,
you
yes.
don't divide them down.
You don't, so
They're
you
pearly
use them
ones, so you
full.
pull it, yeah.
The kit that includes backing for less than £60, that's the whole quilt. So the only thing you need to add is your wadding. That's all you need, and they've got everything else. It is really good value, and it's all beautifully cut and packaged together, all by Beth.
Yep.
All by Beth, it's all done. Including, I haven't got that here because it's obviously disappeared off the face of the earth, the little tiny charm
it's
is fallen
fallen
off
out.
somewhere. I don't know where that's gone. But you also get that beautiful little charm which you can, has it got a little hole so you can sew it on? It has,
Yes,
hasn't it?
yes.
So you can sew it onto the back of the quilt, can't you,
Yeah,
or the front,
on the front.
corner or something.
I quite like sewing it onto the edge of the middle embroidery bit.
Oh yes, so that, I mean, especially if this is a gift, if you're making this as a gift. Really, really beautiful. Now, we do have the pattern on its own. So again, if we just flick through the pattern, so the pattern on its own, £9.99. So we've got a nice little sort of note from Beth there, which gives her details as well if you want to contact her. And then you've got the full instructions, and it's a nice weight of, it's almost a card, isn't it? So it's a nice weight. That will last for ages. So you've got your cutting list. So you can make this again and again and again. This is Yorkshire paper, is it? Sturdy Yorkshire paper.
Too right.
Listen,
value.
there's a few soft southerners down here at the moment. Just be careful.
I was born southern.
Oh, you're born southern. Okay.
Yeah.
You're all right then. So very lovely, very clear instructions. You've got to tell us how to do it, but it looks like, do you do the embroidery first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we're going to start with that with a demo in just a second. So this is the pattern on its own. So if you think you've got your fabrics at home and you don't need, or you've just bought some of the Fasset fabrics, etc., did you actually indulge, Beth?
I
Not
didn't.
yet.
I was really good. I'm going to though.
She was stroking them on the trolley this morning, as we both were. We were stroking them on the trolley this morning. They are so beautiful. But you could use any fabrics you've got, of course you could. So if you want to just buy the pattern, it's £9.99, and of course you still get the templates, full-size templates, and this little helpful diagram on different stitches.
It is just single-sided.
Just a little diagram.
Yeah.
It gives a little clearer on how to do it. It's interesting that. How to do different types of stitches. That pops back in there. So that's £9.99. So let's go over to Beth now, and you can show us why you've put that on the back of your embroidery. Explain your reasoning again, and show us how to do some of it.
Yes. Right. Well, the pattern has got the embroidery on the back of there, so that you can literally just lay it on, and you can see through it, so that you can draw it on. So you can draw it on as many times as you like onto different fabrics and things. I don't like using a hoop, so I've put you some calico in to stabilise your fabrics if you don't want to use a hoop. If you want to use a hoop, you don't have to use your calico for this. You can use it for something else.
It's handy to have it if you want to. Yeah.
But I mean, it just, I think it gives it a nicer feel when you're doing it, especially because these threads, they don't divide down. They're pearly ones, so they don't divide down. So they're slightly chunkier, but because it's a quilt, I didn't want it to be too fine.
I think also, surely having that backing means that if you're carrying threads from one part to another, it won't show through the fabric.
You don't see, so you can make your back as messy as you like then.
Well, I wasn't thinking that.
Nobody's going to see it, are they? Because it's going to be backed. So, hey, it doesn't matter, and I've kept the stitches nice and simple because I don't like people to be put off by complication. So, but your threads, when they come in the skeins, if you untwist the skeins and then literally just take your pair of scissors and snip all the way across, you've got one long piece then, and then they don't all get tangled up. And then to keep them nice and safe, I just do that and then put them to one side, and then they don't tangle up, and it's a lot easier to take them out in between whiles. So once you've you can use a pencil if you want, but a heat erasable or friction pen is brilliant to get your stitching lines on, and most of it is just simple back stitch. For each kit you've got 3 different skeins in colour. I've done, for this one, I've done the writing in the dark brown, and then I've done one
Can you
corner.
bring that slightly further down into the shot? That down. That's it. Brilliant. Thank you.
I've done one corner in one colourway, and then I've done another corner in a different colourway, because you've got 2 diagonal, well, you've got 2 different corners, so I've put them diagonally on my pattern, on my finished quilt. But it's up to you where you put your colours on your so you can have a play with where you want to put your arrangement of colours.
So you've got plenty of the skein of the
You've got
thread
lots and lots. I've nearly done this quilt and I've still got this left. So in fact I did another one beforehand, so I've not just used these for this. So yeah, you've got plenty of thread, and it's a nice simple back stitch. So you start off, you come in up, and then you go back on yourself and up again, exactly the same amount forward, and don't tangle it up with your fabric.
So do you fasten the calico on the back, or do you just hold it in place? Or
I haven't, but you can. I'm a bit too impatient, so I don't tend to, but it holds itself together quite well anyway, as long as you're just trying to keep your pieces flat. I mean, I haven't attached any of these, but you can quite easily
so
just
you could, if you wanted
tack
to.
round the
Yeah.
edge. Tack round the edge. In fact, I think I've said on the instructions to tack round the edge.
Okay.
But you don't need to if you don't want to. So
Just to remind those at home, the graphics on the left-hand side, the main graphics are for the colourway that Beth is working with, and the little box on the other side, right-hand side for me, is the purpley pinks colours. Just let you know.
yeah, and the blue one in that one is a batik as well.
Oh, is it?
Yes, because I do like my batik.
I do love batik as well.
They're really nice. So it's a nice simple stitch, because as I say, I don't like people to get put off. I'll go up that way by complication. And as well, if you've got something that beginners can have a go at, because you can always add extra stitches in. You don't have to just stick with what I've done.
Yes. Well, you've got your stitch guide in the pattern.
Yeah.
So you could choose to use one of these or some of these.
Yeah. The only thing that I have that is different, because apart from the back stitch, is on the ends of the letters for some definition, and on a couple of the flowers there is a French knot.
Oh, I love a French knot.
And I'll do a French knot on this bit to show you, because they are so lovely and simple. You come up and then you wrap your thread around your needle twice, and you go back pretty much where you've just come up. Hold your thread nice and tight up close, and then and then just bring it down. And then you've got a nice little French
knot.
knot.
And as you said, you could, I mean, you've kept it simple, nice simple back stitch, but if you wanted to, you could use a more complicated stitch. It's entirely up to you,
Yeah,
isn't
you
it?
can use stem stitch. It's quite nice actually to go around this edge here with maybe a chain stitch
Okay.
to give it a bit more definition.
And then you make it your own. So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the little diagram that comes with Beth's pattern here, and you see here these little stitches. So you've got these different stitches. If you wish to experiment and do some different stitches, you can do that. That's
Well,
a chain
if you didn't
stitch.
want to use your calico on the back, you could use that for practicing.
Yes, indeed.
So you
Practice your
could-
different stitches.
Yeah, or even just maybe the corner, because all your pieces are big. So you've got, because these cut down to 6.5. So you could use the edge of one piece to practice a couple of stitches on. But we've all got a little bit of stash, haven't we,
Yes.
that we can practice things on. I was playing with stitches on my machine before I came down.
Yes. We always
Yeah.
got to say. So, Hannah, did you say the quarter? Oh, so a quarter of the brown and sunshine one. That's a quarter of that stock's gone. These are the ones we are going to be. This is what Beth's working with at the moment, and a quarter of that stock's gone. So this is a batik. You get the three sort of main fabrics. You get this lovely big piece of the backing, which is not solid white. It's got a nice little sort of spot on it.
Like
Then
an
there's this little
ivory
spare
spot.
piece. This is your calico, which you can put on the back of your white fabric that you're going to do the embroideries on. It gives it a little bit more support. Means you don't have to use a hoop. This is what Beth has been saying. You don't have to use a hoop if you don't want to. But the other thing I like is because you're using colours, if you go from one part of the design to another, you're not going to see the threads trailing underneath because you've got some backing there to it. So it's really handy. And it comes with a needle. And it comes with the 3 threads skeins. So much detail here. You really can start this. The only thing you're going to need to buy in addition to this is the wadding. Everything else you've got. I mean, it's unusual to have the backing, so it's really nice to have that too. Beautiful. I love these variated threads as well. So just be aware that when everybody checks out of this on this particular colourway, when everybody checks out that's got it in their baskets, it will mean a third is already gone. So back to Beth.
Right. Now, should we move on to the patchwork?
We can do, yes.
Because I can come back if
Can
anybody...
come back to that. If you do have any questions for Beth, please do ask. So I've
Yeah.
got the Facebook right here in front of me so I can see them. Or, of course, you can come through the website.
So,
And that means you can message the studio at studio@sewingstreet.com. Sorry, Beth.
no, it's all right. I made it nice and simple so that I've got one of each square already done. So that would be your middle one on your top row or your bottom row and side rows. And then this is one of your corners. And then in between on the darker one is, on this colourway, would be the dark sashing. So that would be your finished look. But to make these up, we've got quite a lot of half square triangles, because between half square triangles and flying geese, I love them. So again, I did quite a bit of prep on these. So I've got my 2 fabrics cut out, and I've cut my 3-inch squares, and I'm laying them right sides together, because this one as well has a pattern on it. This plain.
Yes.
So you want to make sure you get it the right way, because that is quite a faint pattern.
So right sides together.
Yeah, and you draw your line. And then that line is then going to become your, when I've got one under here, look, in my little pile, or should I say my big pile, my stash.
This is that stripology ruler. See how easy it would be to cut
Oh
these
yes,
strips
that
and then
creative
squares?
grids. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
absolutely.
that's what I cut. That's what I use.
Oh,
just
is it?
Yeah.
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 And you're experienced quilter, so that is
Yeah,
fabulous.
I've got my creative grids at home. I love
Yes.
them. So yeah, so this then becomes your raw edge, as it were, and you're going to go down, and I'll show you it in a different colour because.
So basically, you stitch 1/4 of an inch either side of that, don't
Yeah.
you?
And you can chain piece, because there's quite a few, you can chain piece. So you can go down one side and then just keep going a little bit, lift up and go again. So that will save you some thread. I'm all for saving bits of thread.
Well, I think particularly when you're doing patchwork and quilting, otherwise you really can waste loads, can't you, when you're sewing all your little bits?
Little squares, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely, because, I mean, there's that from just the start of this one, and if you did that at the start and end of every one, that's double what you're using.
It does, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have to say, we have got some amazing threads coming up that are made out of 100% recycled bottles.
Wow.
Wait till you see them. They're fabulous.
Bottles, made from bottles?
Yes, plastic bottles.
Wow.
No longer do you need to feel guilty about drinking out of a plastic bottle because they can be reused and made thread.
Fantastic. Right.
Okay, so now you're sewing down the other side.
Yeah. One minute, I'm just trimming these off so that I'm not, because I don't think you want to see me do a big shed load of them. That would get rather boring.
Love your nails, by the way, Beth.
That's my thing. I have to have my nails.
I know, I'm the same. Oh, it's everything actually. You have to have nails, jewellery,
Yeah.
shoes. Oh. I wear my shoes, my high shoes, here, even though nobody ever sees my feet.
You see,
Crazy. That's why I'm
I
sitting
can't
down
wear
now.
high shoes anymore. I'm devastated. So now the middle bit, you can either use your root. See, I've got my creative grids in my box, all of my creative grids in my box. You can either use your rotary cutter to trim them in half, or, because I sort of came from the dressmaking line, I just go down the middle like that.
So you're just cutting down the line that you drew down
Yeah.
the centre.
So now your one squares become two triangles. And you're going to then
This is when the magic happens.
take
isn't it?
your iron and just nicely set the seam to get the stitches bedded in.
So basically,
Oh,
you're
apart from
embedded.
the iron's
Hannah's
not
just oh, there's a plug underneath on the floor. Can you reach it, or do you want me to come and do it? So basically, what you do when you set the seam, Hannah's just said, what does that mean? Basically, what you're doing is you're setting or embedding the stitches. There's two ways of calling it, and
I've
it's
done it.
just to make sure that the seam is nice and flat, and it's a really good thing. It just literally sort of sinks the stitches into the
Yeah.
fabric.
Right.
They can. I mean, a lot of the terminology we use can seem like gobbledygook, and a lot of the time it's actually very, very simple. I mean, you have, stay stitching, top stitching, ease stitching. It's all a straight stitch. It's all a straight stitch. It just depends
Yeah.
whereabouts it is on the fabric,
Yeah.
but it's the same thing.
Well, yeah, there is, isn't there?
Yes.
There's so many different terminology, but it all changes via area and how you've been taught as well.
Yes.
Because quilting terminology can mean one thing, but it's exactly the same in dressmaking.
Yeah.
So now the iron's working.
It always helps to turn
It
them on,
does,
you know?
doesn't it? And then I find if I lay my dark colour on the top and just lift. Oh, I can't.
You're
I know I
trying to
can't.
split those two up. There we
There
are.
we go. They don't want to play this morning. And then just gently push it over.
So you've basically pushed the seam allowance to the
I've pushed
dark
the seam
side.
allowance to the dark side, the Star Wars side. My family is so into that franchise.
Yes, I think most people.
To
I've
the
seen
point
that.
of I now have a Star Wars quilt in my lounge.
Oh, do you?
Yes. much to my husband's happiness. I must be bonkers. So, and you, I mean, at this stage...
Elliot's appreciating and approving.
Oh, is he?
Yes. Totally
It even
approves of
glows
that.
in the dark in certain
Oh,
bits.
no.
Yeah, yeah. And my husband and my daughter fight over it. Yeah. Yeah. My husband has corrupted my gorgeous baby. So, flip it over. And then I cut all my squares to 3 inches when I start off. If I'm going to make a half square triangle, that's going to be 2.5, because I like to trim them back to size. I like to make sure that they're properly squared up.
Yeah.
And so once I've done my cut my seam across, I'm going to match my central, my 45-degree line on my square, and I'm just going to...
I'll tell you off for doing that.
What?
Cutting that way.
Oh, my hands aren't in the way. I don't go that way.
It's just I cut through my finger doing that.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
Ouch. That wouldn't be very good. And then make sure, again, you've got your 45-degree line with your diagonal. So am I not allowed to do it like this time?
You can,
then?
it's up to you.
I've got my fingers well out the way.
Okay,
Look.
I'll let you off.
There. Because I've got 2 sides. So you've then got 1 half square triangle that's neatly trimmed. And that way as well, you've got rid of all your dog ends. And I just like to make sure they're the right shape and size. So that's what I do with all my half square triangles.
Well, while you do that, we're just going to recap the kits. So, the one we're working on is this lovely one here. So this is the, what would you call this? The autumnal one? Sort of got beautiful colours, isn't it? It's really lovely.
The batik one's sort of more like a sunflower.
It is, isn't it? It's sort of like a, yes.
Because you could almost fussy cut some of those sort of flowers.
Oh, couldn't you? So do you have anything left over when you've cut these all up?
I can't remember. I did,
Not a
yes.
huge amount, but
there was some, yes. I haven't overly packed it though because...
No, you've just got what you need.
Yeah.
So what we have here is we've got all of these fabrics that you have in the kit here. So this is the most popular kit. So we have this lovely batik fabric with, as Beth says, a sort of almost like a sunflower on it. Then you have this other, it's like almost like a self print. So it's a sort of beige background with a little white print. You can just see that there. So that's making your 2 half square triangles. And then you have this one here, which is your sort of your stripes, your sashing, and that goes round. And then you have the backing, which is what's really unusual, to have this backing. And this backing is not just white, it has got a little self spot. This is the backing for the quilt, so you get that beautiful backing for the quilt. Can you see how it's got a little self spot on it, which will be more visible in normal light because we've got the studio lights here. The camera's a bit out of focus today. I don't have blurry fingers like that. My fingers are quite normal. And then you also have this little extra piece. Of course, you have the white, which you're going to do your hand embroidery on. You have the 3 embroidery skeins, which is perlé thread, and the needle. I love the fact you get the needle, which has got a nice big eye to it. And then you also have this extra piece. This is just to back the embroidery areas if you so wish, if you don't wish to work in a hoop. But it also, I think it's great because it does hide the threads going across the back of your embroidery. So that's all of that. And of course, we also get the instructions. So the full instructions come, and the instructions are very nice and clear with everything you need to know how to make this. Extra little bonus of a few different stitches if you wish to choose them. The detail is amazing. All of these steps very nice and clear with nice photographs alongside them. Now we have actually got less than 20 of this kit available, I'm afraid. And I love these templates at the back here, these fabulous templates, which you can use again and again. of course, you just copy them off and then you can use them for other projects. You could make matching cushions. You could make little love hearts to go in the wardrobe with some lavender in. We also have the one that's on the wall, which is on with the sort of pinks and blues. I cannot, oh, I'm allowed to open the packet. Ooh, I'll open it carefully.
I've got spare bags.
So again, you've got batik fabric in here, which is the blue. Also, Beth said she's got spare bags. I'm going to go rough and open it roughly.
stickers. I bought spares.
Just got to get it back in here, that's the thing.
Oh, and it's fine.
Try and do it nice and neatly. So what do we have here? So we have the 3 threads again. So we've got the brown, which Beth has used for the wording and for the border and things. But it's up to you which colour you use for which. There's 3 colours, 2 of which are variegated. You have the needle, the fabric on which to do the embroidery. So this is a lovely sort of creamy cotton. And then we have the 3 main fabrics for the front. So we have the 2 to do the half square triangles with. And as well as those, we have the batik blue. So this is going to be the sashing and the borders. Really beautiful. And of course, a few little squares as well. And then as well as that, again, we have the backing, which is the same little spot again. So this is the backing and the binding. So it's got that really delicate little spot. If I just move that out, you can sort of see the spot on it. Really beautiful. So it's unusual to get the backing as well. Then the backing of the embroidery pieces. So you've just got this sort of spare bit, quite a nice big size piece actually, of calico. Really nice big piece. I'm sure you have a spare of that left.
Yes.
So this is great if you, I mean, you can use it for other projects, but of course you could use it as a tester as well, a sampler almost, where you can do some of your stitches just to try out some different stitches if you want to. And of course the full instructions. Same instructions as we've just looked at, so full instructions in there, including the templates. So it's a really, really lovely pack with everything you're going to need except for the wadding. That's all you're going to have to get.
Now we do personal preference.
It is, isn't it? Exactly. That's why. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it is. Because some people will like a firmer one, some people like a higher loft one.
Yeah.
Depends what you want it for, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We do also have the pattern on its own. So again, it's exactly the same pattern on its own for $9.99. If I, rather than open that one up, I can get this one out. So a lot of people have checked out on this, particularly I think if you've bought some of those Fasset fabrics.
Those Fasset fabrics are
Wouldn't they look beautiful?
Yeah.
So the pattern here, so a nice little postcard with Beth's details on it. Extra stitches if you want to try something different, although you've actually kept it simple.
I've kept it simple so that beginners can have a go.
I think you're right, and also because the design is so beautiful and you're using variegated threads, it doesn't look simple.
No.
So it looks like it's been created with a lot of skill, but actually quite simple.
I just like the idea of getting everybody sewing.
I agree. Yes, definitely.
The more you can get sewing, the better.
This is the question. Look what Kerry's asking. Morning, or is this pattern okay for beginners?
Definitely. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, because the hardest bit is the half square triangles. On these corner squares where you've got your embroidery, there's no real corner matching at all. And these, do them second.
Yes.
Get a feel for it. Do these first, do them second, and then once you've got your smaller blocks done, everything is built up using the sashing. And so again, you've got no corners to match. So definitely, beginners, give it a go.
Yes. Half square triangles. Squares and half square triangles are possibly the easiest patchwork to do. And of course, the half square triangle can be used to make pinwheel, flying geese, all sorts of things you can use to use that particular design. So, where were we up to on the demo?
Right, so we've done, technically we have, promise, we've done all that bit there. So we're going to move on to putting a block together. So we've got the half square triangles done. So I raced ahead and did a few more yesterday. And so I prefer, once I've got my half square triangles done, to lay out my pieces for my block. so that I can see because there are only 25 pieces. It's not a big block, so I like to just get them in order. And then again, I chain piece. So I match. And I wouldn't normally sew it in blue, but so that
No, it's quite a good idea though, so people
so
at
that
home
you can see it, yeah. Yeah, normally I do sew. In actual fact, I think I sewed it all in cream. Yes, I did.
Yes.
And it doesn't show, so cream, even with the darker, it doesn't. And I definitely did that one in cream. Cream and light grey are my go-to colours of choice for quilting.
Yes, light grey is always a good colour because it sort of blends with every colour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I know at Festival of Quilts we often have that in the sewing machines for class after class because it saves constant thread changing and things.
Well, you can't match every colour.
No, exactly.
So you need to have something that's going to blend and go together. This is a cute little machine.
It is, it's a lovely machine, isn't it? Which one are you using there?
550.
The 550. Have we got those in stock, Hannah? Oh, brilliant, we have, because sewing machines have been so difficult to get to lately and to get hold of. It's really nice that we've got a few in stock now. So the 550, we'll put the price up there just in case you're interested. It's a really lovely little machine to use. Great to take to classes and workshops.
Now, once you've done one row, there's different ways you can carry on chain stitching. I like to then go across. You don't have to, you can just keep, but I keep all my lines together because that way, once I've done all across, I've got my whole block put together and it doesn't alter. So I open that, take the next one.
I also find that talking about beginners doing this, if you chain stitch like this, I find it's easier to match up your squares and things because that little piece of thread sort of helps keep them in line.
You don't tend to lose your way either. And your piece, because you've got everything laying out there, and then you're literally just picking it up and joining it straight away. As long as you remember which side you're joining it on.
Yes.
Otherwise, although in all fairness, it's only the half square triangles that matters with. The other ones it doesn't matter with.
So the graphics you can see on the screen at the moment are for the 550 Elna sewing machine, £499. That has got lots of stitches. You can see on there it's got the easy selection of your main basic stitches. You've got an LED screen there. It tells you what stitch number you're on, what width and what length. And it will also probably tell you what foot. I can't see that from here.
Yeah.
Yes, it does tell you what foot to use as well. So when you choose another stitch, and at the side there you can just see there's a little bit protruding on the right hand side near the Elna logo. That is your stitch choices, so you can pull that out and you'll have a load more stitch choices to look at.
You can't see that from there, can you?
No, but don't worry, it's on that, so that's fine. So it's really fabulous.
Yeah.
Split payments.
Well, I've not
in
used
3
it
payments.
before.
And look how easy it is to use.
And I've literally just come and put my foot on the pedal and gone.
Yeah.
So
It's very intuitive, I think.
Yeah.
Very easy to
yeah,
use machine.
brilliant. Yeah, if you are a beginner, because when I got my machine, I said I want a machine that I want to grow into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that I can
Not
use
grow out
now.
of. Yes. Yeah.
If you buy one that you can grow into, you might need to have a little look at the instructions, but that didn't really hurt anybody, did it?
I absolutely agree. It's what I always recommend. Buy what you're going to grow into. Buy one that can do more than you want to do at the moment.
Yeah.
And then you won't grow out of it, you can grow into it.
But this is a good beginner and move on.
Yes. People often get worried about using a computerised machine because I'm not really computer literate, but I'll tell you, I really am not computer literate.
I'm not.
I use a computer every day, all day, but I use it for what I do with it. bit like your washing machine, you use 1 or 2 programs and that's it. But with a sewing machine like this, what it does is when you choose a stitch, it sets the length, it sets the width, tells you what foot to use. No guesswork. You can just do it. You can just press your stitch and away you go. So it's really easy to use. Back to your demo.
Okay, so what I've been doing on this one is I've just chain stitched the first row together, and then I've just taken the next pieces and added them on. But by chain stitching them still, it is literally all together. And so when I come to do those, the next thing I would be able to do is just go across there once I've pressed them. So I'll just put these on. Do you need to?
We've got about 10-15 minutes left on the demo, so it's up to you what you think.
What I'll do then is we'll pretend I've put those together, shall we?
Yes, if you don't mind.
We'll put those bits together, and what I will do.
So this particular colourway is really popular, which is the one that's on the graphics.
We'll pretend I've got 5 squares going across to make my whole block.
So you don't iron it until you've got them all together?
I don't.
No, because it saves back and forth to the ironing board.
Yeah, I mean, I have got an iron right next to my sewing machine, but I tend to get them and keep them in one lump and do it together.
Yeah.
But that is personal preference, because some people like to chop these apart. I don't.
No, as I said, I find that that little piece of thread between helps. And then I see that you're pressing,
I'm pressing
one row
opposite
one way,
ways.
one row the other, so they'll nest.
Yeah.
See, like I'm getting all the language here.
Yeah. So I'll just take it in turns, and the ones with the half square triangles, they tend to tell you which direction they want to go in. So I tend to start with the top one and work out where that one wants to go. And everything else has to go alongside with what that one wants to do. But yeah, you take all your rows and you press them in opposite ways so that they can nest. And then because you've got this joined, then you can literally and it saves pins. I know people like to pin, but if you don't like to pin, this really does save pins, and it saves things getting moved around.
I must admit, I do. I am for quick, but I do pin the crossovers to make sure they stay there.
I
where
think
you
well,
get
because if you've got your nesting bit,
it should be all right, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
I do. I must admit, I do pin those bits.
I think maybe beginners, yes, it would be a good idea. I keep wanting to press the needle up, but the needle stops up.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can either get ones that needle stops up or needle stops down, and it depends what you're doing as to which is preferable,
Yeah.
doesn't it? If you're doing things like applique, needle stopping down is better.
Oh yes. Now, when you've done the joined all your seams, again, press it over to one side. Once I've joined all of them, I would press all of these seams going the one way. And because you've only got the sashing in between, you've not got anything that it's got to nest into then either. So that then, and because you've got all your little bits joining, your corners match up. So, and then I'll quickly go to a sashing bit. When you've got your blocks made up, you're literally going to take your widths of sashing.
So it's right sides together.
Yeah.
And the size you need to cut the sashing is all in the instructions.
2.5 inches, I believe. I think it's 2.5.
Brilliant. Well, it's all there, so.
Yeah.
Hannah's just telling me that it's really interesting that people have been watching so intently, and now suddenly, as it's coming towards a demo end, they're now phoning through and ordering. Don't want to miss out, but they wanted to watch it first, which is a really good idea. And don't forget, you can watch it again. So the show's always recorded and put up onto YouTube in a few hours. Elliot, is it? A few hours, so you can watch it again. It'll be sort of like the one whole show, and then you can find the bit that you want to watch, and you can see the demo again. Of course, you can pause and re-watch, and so you always have that access.
I usually have it on Facebook Live in my sewing room on my iPad.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
As
So I've got my iPad behind my sewing machine. My iPad and my dog.
Does he help sew? Is it a he or she?
No, she's a she. She's a little Yorkie that weighs 4 pounds. And she just sits there and goes to sleep. She's more like a cat, I think. She thinks she's a baby, though. Don't stick on me there. That's it. Hiding.
Okay, so that's your first bit of sashing on. I love this. I don't know if we've got any in stock, but these cutting boards you're using there, they come in, they go out again. I managed to nab one in one of the intervals. Absolutely love it. I love the fact that you can use it as an ironing board on one side, flip it over, and you've got a cutting mat.
They're great if you go into clubs and
Aren't
groups,
they?
and now they're starting back up again.
Yes.
One of mine started up for the first time last week.
Did it?
Yeah, and it was brilliant seeing everybody.
I know, it's so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't realise how much you've missed, do you? Now, do you know what? Not ordinarily I wouldn't put steam on, but I mean I'm not fussed. But when I'm doing this, I wouldn't steam until the end. So you join all your pieces together. Your 9 blocks in rows of 3, and then you're just going to sash again.
In between.
In between. So, and your middle piece, before you join that to make the square, you've got some side pieces.
Oh yes, you've got side strips running down the side.
Yeah, so you need to trim that to size, and then just add your side pieces down each side to make your finished middle square before you sash it. So again, there's no matching up in that.
That's lovely.
So
and
it's
all of this
nice and
instruction is
simple.
very, very clear in the instructions that come in the kit. Now we have got less than 15 of the bundle we're working with. We're going to round up these bundles now because we do actually have some other things to show you before we go. So you've got the samples of the other kits, the Japanese ones, brilliant.
Yeah.
So let's just quickly round up these bundles then. So what we have, of course, is we have the bundle width that Beth's been working on, which is lovely. So this is this lovely one here, and you get everything you're going to want in there. All you need to add to this is the wadding. So what you're getting is 3 different skeins of embroidery floss. Now this is a perlé thread, so you don't split it, it's just one piece. But this is variegated, 2 of them are variegated, 1 plain. You get those. You get the needle, nice needle with a nice big eye to make sewing it easier. You get the fabric that you're going to hand embroider onto. So you get that, there's plenty there to do that. You also get a piece of calico backing, so a very nice big piece, plenty for you to do some sample stitching as well. And you put that behind the fabric you're embroidering it onto, so you've got like a double layer of fabric. Means you don't have to use a hoop, as Beth says she prefers not to, but I always like the fact that it's going to hide any colours of threads that are going across the design because it will be behind the calico. And you get your 3 colours to make up the front. So this is a batik. Then you get a sort of self spot, so that's your 2 for half square triangles and squares. And then you get your one, this is for your borders and your sashing and a few of the little squares. And then you also get the backing, which is really unusual, which is a little self spot. So it's a really beautiful piece of fabric. So you've got enough there to make this quilt, which is a lap quilt, which is 39 by 39 inches. So do check out if you've got this one in your basket, because we only have single figures of this left. So that is the bundle, and you do get with that little tiny charm as well. Don't forget you get, I mean, it's just a tiny little detail. It's on here, and you see little tiny charm. If I move it, like a little hand. It's a little tiny hand which says handmade. Isn't that cute? There he is. So that's in every kit, and you've got a little hole there so you can sew it on to your quilt. You can sew it to the back, or you can sew it to a bottom corner, or as Beth said, you could sew it to the centre panel, to the bottom edge of the centre panel. It's just a nice little finishing touch for your quilt. That's with all of the kits, or both of the kits, I should say. The second colour kit is the one that's on the wall. So that's the sample we've got on the wall behind us. And again, we've got the little charm, which is I've left in the bag here so that we don't lose it. You get 3 of the embroidery flosses again. So this is £57.99. You get the 3 of the embroidery flosses, 2 of which are variegated, and the needle, and the fabric that you embroider onto. You have your 2 pieces for your half square triangles and your squares. Beautiful fabrics, lovely design. It goes beautifully together. Then you get your piece of batik, which is, isn't that gorgeous? That blue, I love the blues. So this is going to be your sashing, your borders, so it makes up quite a lot of the quilt there. It's really beautiful. And then as well as that, you have the little piece of calico, which you can back your embroidery fabric with. And then you have the backing fabric, which is what's unusual, to have the backing fabric in there as well, which is a little self dot. And of course, as well as all of this, you get the instructions, the very clear instructions. So lovely there with those templates as well. So that's all of that in that kit there. That's the colourway there. The pattern on its own, which is £9.99. I'll just bring this one back in because it's the opened one. So this is the pattern on its own. So very, very clear instructions. And you've got step by step from everything from cutting it out, what's included, cutting it out, and then making it up by detail all the way through. And I love the fact you've also got a little extra crib sheet for some additional stitches. So if you wanted to go beyond the basic back stitch, which Beth has used, then you can actually add some of these, and you can use your bit of calico to test them out. And then the instructions are all very, very clear, bit by bit.
The pattern has a charm as well.
Oh, and the pattern has that charm, yes. Yeah. It does have the little charm. And of course you've got your templates. So these are the 2 templates for the corner pieces, and then this is the one for the centre in the back. So this is beautiful. So this is the other kit. So this is £9.99 for just the pattern, and I love this little postcard from Beth in there. Now we are going to mention 2 other kits. So these are the most popular ones that we've had before from Beth. The first one we have is this table runner. Now these have so much in them. This is a Sashko table runner. So if you have a fancy for doing Sashko, it's a real good way of trying it out, isn't it?
Both good starters, yeah.
It was demoed on the 22nd of May, so that if you want to go onto the YouTube and have a look at it, you can see. If I turn it over, look what you've got. You have got the wadding in it this time. You've got the Japanese-inspired fabric. You have the Sashko blue fabric. You've even got little ribbons and another tiny little charm. And specially sourced Sashko thread. So this is a traditional white. And of course the needle. So you have all of that in, everything. So it's everything you need for this time, apart from a pair of scissors.
Yeah.
Get your own scissors.
You've even got a piece of ribbon.
You've
in case
even
you
got a
want to
piece
use
of
it as a
ribbon.
wall hanging.
If you wanted to use it, oh, that's for a wall hanging. So you don't have to use it,
You
but
don't
it's
have to
there.
use it as a table runner. If you want to use it as a wall hanging, there's a piece of ribbon to use.
Oh, that's so lovely. So you get all of this in this kit, and it's at £19.99. And the size of it is approximately 9 by 31 inches. And you have one,
I've got a part-made one
a
here.
part-made one there, haven't you? Just
Yeah.
to give an idea of what it's going to look like.
Yeah, because it is literally, you tie a knot in your Sashko thread and you start at the end of your fan and come down. It's all explained in instruction. I haven't tied a knot, so that won't go, was it?
Is it printed onto the?
No.
You've transferred
no,
that because it's in the instructions.
It's on templates.
Right.
So you transfer it on. So that I decided not to on this to start with because I wanted people to be able to reuse it. And if it's printed on, it's a lot harder to be able to reuse it. So I
again,
thought,
you can reuse the fan design.
yeah.
And the what are the others? You've got a fan, and what's the one in the middle?
The fan, that's ribbons.
That's ribbon. Oh, it's really pretty.
They're both very, very traditional Japanese designs. So for the fan, you literally, and it's, do you know, you get more even stitches if you gather them up on your needle.
Ah.
If you just do one stitch at a time, it's a lot harder to get your stitches even. So if you take 5 or 6 stitches and then pull them through.
Look at that.
But then
That
when
is
you get
amazing.
down to this end, so you're always on this fan, you start in the top corner of your piece. And then when you get down to the end, you want to leave a tail. So trim it off, leaving a tail, because you will then, when you've got all of those done, you're then going to plait this tail down.
That's so cute. Now, a lot of people missed out on this when we showed it before, and we're now down to 9 of it for this time. So if you do fancy, this is such a lovely way of having a go at Sashiko. And look at those designs, nice and simple. So it's a really good way to try it out. And everything you need in the kit. I mean, everything you need in the kit. Well,
You
okay,
can
we haven't got
actually
the
do this-
pins and we haven't got the scissors in the kit, but everything you need to stitch is in the kit.
You can actually do this one as well without using a sewing machine, because the only bits for the sewing machine are these 2 bits of sashing here. So you can actually literally do those by hand. That you don't have to do that by machine.
So you could do the whole project
So
by
this whole
hand.
project could be done by hand because your edges are just turned over twice and then hand slip stitched round.
Oh, that is so cool. So real mindful stitching. Only 5 of these kits are left. So
You can actually do this watching television.
You could, couldn't you?
And the coasters. And
Now,
you-
the other Japanese one we've got,
You
and
get
again it's
piece.
Sashiko, and this time,
that's what you get left over from that one.
oh, look at what you get left over from that one. It's a massive piece left. You could make a placemat with that,
Yeah.
or
Well,
2
you-
placemats.
You could take another piece of fabric and yeah,
Yeah.
do another.
But we do have another one. So the other one we've got here, which again it was shown before and people missed out on it, so we've got it now, $12.99. And what we have got here is hexagon Sashiko coasters. So it's a square coaster, but with a hexagon design on it, stitched in Sashiko.
Did you
Look
want
at that.
one?
Oh, we've got an example. Beth's going to flick
Can
them
you
over
reach
to.
those?
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's get them here so you can see them. Look at these. These are the done deal. Aren't they beautiful? So this is what you're getting in here. Oh, look at that fabric. So lovely. So in the pack here, we've got the fabric. Unfortunately, the fabric's on the top, so I can't see everything else. But we've got the Sashiko yarn.
Yeah, you get this. Well, no, this time you've got embroidery thread.
Oh, embroidery thread. Okay.
Because I wanted people to know that they could use their old stash at home
Okay.
and be able to do Sashiko. So this one, you get your thermalan wadding inside. You get your squares. It's all pre-cut, is this one. So you get your thermalan wadding, you get your backing, you get calico for the back of your white, and then you get your white front pieces. And then you get your template as well. There isn't a charm in this one because I didn't know which one you'd put it on. So you get your template. So again, you can use it for anything because I've just used it on one of my spare stash pieces at home and done it because you can use absolutely any thread. And then you can OD coat the top of it as well to make it waterproof.
So you could have it outside then.
Yeah, or you could spill your red wine on it and not worry. Hopefully not spill your red wine now.
Yes, you don't want to spill too much
No,
red wine.
don't
What a
spill red
waste.
wine.
What a waste.
Yeah.
But that's beautiful. So again, it's a nice simple design.
Again, it's one you can do watching the television, and it is literally you're following the lines that you've drawn on with your Sashiko in your hexagons, and then once you've done it, you're literally just going to turn your edges over a quarter and then another sort of 3/8 and slip stitch around the edge.
So it's a nice hand project again.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Beth. Now we're going to see you again in an hour when we're going to look at 3 more projects, 3 more kits. They are already selling on pre-order, so if you do want one, you do take the peg bag. It's great. I love the peg bag. It's really, really beautiful. Just love the way you've got some good techniques in there as well. So if you're quite new to sewing and applique, brilliant. So after the break, we have got some bag making tools, not mating, tools, and we've got some rip stock as well. So I will see you in just a few minutes.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking, but I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew and the very first thing I made was an apron, but I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out and I cut it out myself. And I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners. And I would say, don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew and is a really handy thing to have.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Welcome back. Look what I'm playing. Look what I've got in front of me. Look what I'm playing with. Well done if you've already got yours. This is beautiful. I'm stroking this. This is 67 fat quarters. This is our little joy of today. This is 67 fat quarters. It's a mega bundle, 100% cotton. All these beautiful colours. So you get 67. You get different colour. 67 different colours. Works out at about £1.82 per fat quarter. You're getting 16.75 metres of fabric. It's £116.91 or 2 split payments of £58.45p. That's really annoying me. I've got to straighten that up. That's better. Just realised the black was not straight. But look at these beautiful fabrics. So it's a Rose and Hubble quality fabric. It's gone crooked again. What have you done? Just keep moving. That's it. Don't you do that to me again. So you can get it. It's Elliot's moving the camera to make it crooked. Right, it's my OCD coming out here. So look at all these beautiful colours that you've got. We were showing earlier on when we had the Kaffe Fasset fabrics how just mixing and matching these colours you can add so much oomph to your project, because these planes will just make the pattern fabrics really stand out beautifully. It is the ultimate stash buster fabric collection. Absolutely beautiful fabrics. You could buy it with a friend, but I don't know how you'd do that, Hannah. How would you share it out? Who would get which one? Let me show one of the fat quarters unfolded. I'll go for the lime green at the front here. This is really lovely. So that's the fat quarter. So for anybody new to this, that's a fat quarter. Basically, it's 1/4 metre which has been cut fat. And that means that rather than cut it from selvage to selvage, which would make a long strip, you sort of cut it like a window pane. So you cut a metre up, and then you cut down vertically and across horizontally, and you get 4 fat quarters. That's what it is. So there's no way on earth we could unfold all of these in the studio, because it is 16.75 metres of fabric here. So absolutely lovely as a nice little addition to your stash. You'll always have the colour that you need, whether it's for, it could be for sashing, it could be for pockets, inside linings of bags, it could be backs of cushions, it could be for a plique. There's all sorts that you can use these beautiful plain fabrics for. Absolutely lovely, good quality fabrics. So good luck if you get it, because what we don't know is when we can bring it again. These are the fabrics that we have in the warehouse all the time, but we don't necessarily have all of these colours. Sometimes we'll only have some of the colours. So to have all of these colours all been lovingly cut by our warehouse team and folded and then packaged up, it takes quite a long time to do all of this, hence we can't do it that often. But they are for you to enjoy. Absolutely superb, really, really gorgeous. Look at that. So that's that. Don't forget it. Do put it into your basket and grab it whilst you can. But now let's look at some of these bag making pieces that we have got here. We're going to start with ripstock. So this is our selection of ripstock. So basically is it a nylon? Is it nylon? Okay, so what it is, this is the black. So it's just black. So we're doing them by the 1/2 metre. And what this will make, so any of these colours, let me show you this little bag here. So this is a little bag that I bought. You know, you have to make your own shopping bags with you nowadays, don't you? So this is one I bought. This is the sort of thing you could make out of this ripstock. So it's a little bag in a pocket. And obviously, as I say, I bought this one, and it's one that's hanging, it's in my bag all the time, as you can see. And ripstock is perfect for this kind of little bag. It's very lightweight, it's durable, it's waterproof. So it's a really useful fabric to have. So it's fabric to have in the house. It's great for carrying things, so definitely make little bags. You could use it for the back of outside cushions if you wanted to. So you can use it for lining if you want something waterproof. Imagine lining a lunchbox with this. It's £1.99 for half a metre. So somebody, if you made this, you could make this for little aprons for a nursery. There's all sorts. It's quite a useful sort of fabric. It's 100% polyester, did you say? 100% polyester. So it's a black. So that's 50 centimetres, or 50 centimetres, 0.5 of a metre. In other words, half a metre. It's half a metre. And it's 150 wide. So it's nice and wide. That's the black. Let's go for the light pink. So we've got the same thing in light. If I open up so you can get an idea of what 150 metres is. Look at that. So it's nice and wide, but certainly perfect for lining things that you want to be able to wipe clean, whether it be a lunch bag, a wash bag, a cosmetic bag, anything like that that you're going to want to be able to wipe clean. You can wash it, by the way. So that's a nice light. This is a nice pretty pink. You've got to think wash bags and cosmetic bags with this colour, haven't you? And as I say, you can also make those little shopping bags that you can fold up really small, carry around with you all the time, so you've always got a bag, you don't have to buy plastic. And here we have this one. Look at this one. Ooh, beautiful colour. So half a metre, nice and wide, lovely wide piece here. Very lightweight. It's just £1.99, and it is perfect for lining bags or anything. If you're doing a project for outside, or bags for the garden. Skittles. Oh, could do. You could make Skittles in the garden. It's a bit of an oddball one, yeah, but you could indeed. So we have all of these different colours here. Look at them. You can, of course, you could buy half a metre of each and put them together. This is the orange. So again, half a metre. Beautiful, lovely. This is really nice. Lots of uses for this. It's sort of waterproof. To make it really waterproof, do remember though that if you seam it, you've made little holes in it. So you do have to use a seam sealant if it's that, you want it to be totally waterproof. But what this will do, if you just use it normally, sew it normally, use a small stitch, and then you can use it. You can wipe down the interior of your lunch bag when you get something on it. If you're making bibs or bibs for little babies and things, if you put this on the underside of it and they spill anything on their bib, it won't go through to their clothing, and their clothing won't get damp when they spill or dribble. So there's lots of things you can do with it. Purple. So it's one of these things, we've got all these different colours, so you could actually think about getting 2 or 3 of these colours. You could certainly, I tell you, talking about outside, you could make bunting. You could make bunting out of this and just leave it up. Because it's waterproof, it's not going to get damaged with the water and then go mouldy, I don't think. So you okay. So you could, so I was just saying what Elliot is going to make with it, but it's not really practical. So yes, you can make all sorts of this, but this would make nice little pinnies for children, aprons, so that if they're doing wet play, mucky play, lovely bright colours for them. If you've got 2 or 3 colours, 2 or 3 children, they can have a different colour each. They always know which is theirs. Welly boots bag, make a bag for boots, so you can put it in the car. You can also make a sort of a mat to go in the back of the car in the boot when you're going to take dirty, muddy things or go to the garden centre and you're buying plants. You don't necessarily want to put them on the carpet in the back of the car. You can have this. I'm not sure you want the dog sitting on this. It might be a bit slippy for them. But, you know, it would stop them making your seats mucky. Lovely yellow, beautiful, bright, bright yellow. What's this one called? It is just called yellow. Okay, we're not giving these fancy names then. They're just called very simple names. This is yellow. £1.99. Then we have this lovely green. It's almost day glow this, isn't it? It's lime. Very vibrant. You could make little bibs. You can make little bibs for your little sporting team, or armbands or sashes, so that you know who's on whose team. And then we have it in a grey. So this is slate grey. The grey is the most popular colour. All these beautiful colours, and the grey is most popular. What a strange lot you are. So you've got the grey here, which is it is a nice practical colour. It's a nice still grey. And then we also have it in sort of an off-white. So again, this is in the off-white here. So it's 100% polyester, waterproof, great for lining things that you want to be able to wipe clean. You can put it on the on mats, bottom of mats, anything that might soak through, changing mats and things like that. If you're going to put those on, back of the bibs, there's lots of things, little cosmetic bags. You put this on the inside of a cosmetic bag. So it's a really nice little collection there of colours. You could make a waterproof jacket with it. You can make a really lightweight waterproof jacket. Obviously you'd need more than ½ metre. But really lovely, beautiful colours there. We're going to look at one of our boutique books here. We've got some lovely boutiques. So this is the Bag Boutique book. This is by Debbie von Grabler-Crozier. So she's done lots of books like this. Beautiful book. It's a real selection of different bags. I'm going to try and go from the front to the back, because I always go from the back to the front. Lots of different bags. And she's also got here, you know, which I always like, you've got all the sort of tips. We've got how to put a magnetic clip. Magnetic snaps are so easy to use, but, you know, as always, when you know how. And we've got those on the programme today, actually, if you want magnetic snaps. So lots of techniques in here. And that's a zipped pocket, letterbox zip pocket. So lots of different things. We've got piping, bias binding. So all your tips on how to apply all of these things, adjustable straps, embellishments. So you've got lots of tips on sewing first before you get into the projects. And then you get into the lovely projects, which are, they're very sort of simple shapes, but look how, using different colour blocks, it creates something much more designer, much more special. Interior pockets there, got to have a pocket. Look at this one. This is come with designer strips. We've got some designer strips later. Use a stripology ruler, cut your own. So lots of different bags, but I love the way she's got hardware on these as well. So you've got zips and you've got buttons and you've got buckles, and it just takes them up from being just sort of homemade into being designer. I love this little, look at that, look at the different handles there. You could create this bag as a gift. I love the fact that it looks like there's crochet, it might be knitted or crochet as well. So she's got those, you can add that element if you wish to. So beautiful, beautiful bag. And as I say, she's got a little charm on there. Really sweet. So it's all all the details on how to do it. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? I'm not sure if that's my favourite bag because of her beautiful coat, but it is a lovely bag. It's like a right weekender, isn't it? It is very nice. So all of that's in there. So many different styles. And then, look at this. Full-size pattern pieces. It's just $14.99. So you'd often pay that for one pattern. So $14.99, and you get full-size pattern piece in the nice little envelope at the back here, so that you can keep them safe. And then all these lovely instructions, clearly illustrated. So many different bag choices. I think you're right. I think that's got to be my favourite as well. I like that curved edge. It definitely looks like something you'd spend a lot of money on. Very, very beautiful book. How many patterns does it say? Does it say 20? 20 bright and beautiful bags to sew. So effectively less than £1 a pattern. With good quality writing, because she's very well known for her books. A lot of the patterns in here are quilted. So what we have here is some bosal. So this is single-sided. So it basically has, you can feel the glued side. You've got a gluey side and you've got a plain side, which means that you can fuse your fabric onto the gluey side and then you quilt whatever design you want to on top of it. And bosal is like it's sort of spongy soft. It's almost like a foam, but soft. So it's very flexible. It's easy to sew through. I've become a complete convert to bosal, particularly for bag making. It's very easy to sew through. When you do something and you want to turn it through, it's quite good as well. You can get other bag things, but it does hold its shape, which is what I particularly like about it. So it's very wide, 150 wide. Now we do also sell it on the roll, so you can actually buy bigger pieces if you wish to. So this is $11.99 for half a metre, which is what I've got here. But if you get 2 units, so you can buy it by the metre, so you can get 2 units, so that would be $11.99 times 2, and then you get a metre. Remember, it's 150 wide. You get an awful, half a metre like this, you'll get an awful lot out of this when you come to bag making and things. And you could also use it for table mats and things. It's not necessarily heat resistant, you need thermolam for that, but it certainly is very, very good wadding, lovely to use, lovely to sew with. You'll see a lot of designers are using this now because of the fact it holds its structure, which is really lovely. So this is the thickness of it. I don't know if you can see, it's sort of, I don't know, I would say about just more than 1/8 of an inch thick. It's quite, oh, you can see it, good, you can get a close up of that. So it's quite thick. And what you have is you've got a coating on one side, which you can feel, which is the gluey side, and then you've got the soft side. So you fuse your fabric wrong side down onto the fusible side, and then that holds the wadding in place so you can quilt without having to worry about the wadding shifting, etc. The last time we had this in stock was March, and we've had to wait for it to come in. So it's now in. So it's $11.99 for half metre, which is 150 centimetres wide. Oh, we've got some views. So these are independent reviews here. Let's have a look at these. Oh, here they are. So excellent quality product, and that's Mrs. West. Oh no, just Mrs. from West Midland. Okay, so these are customers who bought the product, and this is what they're saying. It's when they've bought it from us. This is brilliant for bags and a good price. That's Marie has said that. Thank you, Marie. I totally agree, actually. I've used it for bags. This is a good product for all bag making, Irene says. Thank you, Irene. It is nice. I mean, it's all very well me saying I use it, but other people have used it too. Item is described and recommended by professionals, Vanessa said. It definitely is. It's a really lovely product to work with. And I like this one, which is fusible on one side. You can get it no fusible at all, and you can get it fusible on both sides. Okay, so everyone that's checked out so far has checked out multiple units. which means, you know, they wanted a metre or a metre and a half or whatever. So do bear that in mind if you're interested, because we've waited ages for it to come in, and if it goes, we might have to wait ages again. It is just the way things are at the moment. Things will get better. They have to. They have to. They really do. So that is our Bozal. We will recap it a bit later because it's back in after such a long time. Zips. Okay, so we're going to look at zips. So, you know, these come from Kerry, Living in Loveliness. And the first time they came on the show was a day after I'd bought 4 zips. 4 zips I'd bought, and they'd cost me £9.98 for 4 small zips. So what I have got here is black, and it is QAL. Let's get my glasses out. Oh, sorry, 197. So what you're having here, 5 8-inch zips. These are regular zips, nylon zips, 5 8-inch zips. So you're getting 5 zips for £2.99, not 4 for £9.98, as I did. I'll never get over that, you know. So you get 5 zips, 8-inch zips. So really nice length zip for skirts, for trousers, for bags. If you're going to do an interior pocket in a bag, this is a nice length zip to have. You can always shorten them. Very easy. So nice little thing to have in your bag. 5 black zips at £2.99. We have the same in white, same size in white. That's slightly bigger. So this one is ending in 152. So again, this is a regular zip. When I say a regular zip, I mean you've got the zip pull and the zip teeth all on the front of the zip as opposed to an invisible. You can cut them shorter, and you can sew through those teeth as well. I always go slowly through the teeth if I'm doing that, but because they're nylon teeth, you can go through them. So again, very useful for garments as well as projects. Nice pack. So again, £2.99. We think this is going to sell out, this one. 5 white zips for £2.99. Then the next size up, I'll go for white again. This one is 125, yes. These are 10-inch zips. Again, it's a pack of 5. You can cut, if you can't get the other, if we do sell out the other ones and you can't get the 8-inch, you can cut them down. So all you need to do is you decide how long you want it to be, and you create your own little bar tack across the bottom where you want it by stitch. So you just stitch across the teeth multiple times on the same spot to create that little bar tack, and then you can just chop the zip about 1 centimetre or so below that, and then I actually cut the teeth out below that as well. So I've just got 2 little bits of tab, a bit like you have on the zip here where you've got 2 little bits of tab. So you can always do that, you can always shorten a zip. So if you're not quite sure, then get the longer and then shorten it for the length you need. So that's 5 white zips for £3.49. All right, so we've got a price comparison here. This is 10-inch zips. They're all the colours. We don't have all those colours. Looking at white or ivory, it's £1.59 per zip, and we're selling 5 for £3.49. So, yes, it's worthwhile getting these and having them. In fact, I did last week. I've actually ordered one of each pack, black, white, coloured, all the different sizes, because at some point I will need it, and there's nothing worse when you're getting through to the project. The zip's one of the last things you put in, and you suddenly think, I haven't got the right zip, or you've got the wrong size. So I've got one of every one, so I will have those. White, oh no, it's same length, but this time in black. It's 194. So again, we have got 5 zips for £3.49. Regular nylon zips, always useful to have. These are 10-inch zips. So again, these are nice, quite nice for bags. If you want to zip across a bag front, 10 inch is quite a nice size. So this is 25 centimetres for those in new money. 25 centimetres, 5 of them. So this is really great. So people are making decisions, we can tell. I can't, obviously, but excuse me, I'm just going to sneeze. Sorry about that, there's a neat little sneeze going on there. So that, yes, there we have here 5 zips here, £3.49, and these are 10 inches. These are 10-inch zips. 25 centimetres if you're in new money. And this last pack, last size, 162, this is the whites. These are 12-inch. So again, these are good for cushions. 12 inch is quite good for cushions, it's also good for dressmaking. Often you'll be asked for an 18 or 20-inch zip for dressmaking. But in fact, what I often do is I start the zip lower down. So if you've got quite an open neck that you can get over your head, then I close the back seam for 2 or 3 inches and then start the zip after that. So it's much easier to pull up when you have to zip yourself up. These are 30 centimetres long. Again, it's a set of 5 and it's £3.99 for 5, which makes them less than £1 each. So we've got a price comparison again. This is branded. It's not, ours aren't YKK, but still it's the same. It's a zip's a zip. So a 30 centimetre zip is £2, and ours are about 70-80p each. When you think we've got 5 for £3.99, so it's under £4 for 5. It is worth building up your stash, most definitely. Great, that's a great length for cushion covers as well, or a bigger bag. And then again, we have 5 in black. So this is the same size, it's 30 centimetres or 12 inches, 5 zips for £3.99. It really is a good value. But it's not all we've got. It's not all, we have more. What we've also got is some colourful ones. Okay, so what we have here is a 9-inch one, it's code 178. So colours may vary, I believe. So these are bold colours, so it's mixed brights. So again, they're all the nylon zips in mixed bright colours, and these are 9 inches. So again, great for dressmaking and clothes, skirts and things. And because they're so colourful, you can do one with exposed teeth. You can do an exposed teeth insertion, so you can see the teeth, or even a surface mounted where you see the zip tape as well. So you could have a contrast that would look nice. So these are 9 inches, which is 22 centimetres, and it's £2.99 for the 5 of them. Colours are a bit varied, so you can see the colours we've shown there. They'll be bright, but it might not be these bright ones. It might be a combination of these, and it might be a few of this colour. So it can be a combination. It's just a mixed colour of brights. And this one, these are 10-inch ones. So these are 10 inch, is another selection, and again, colours may vary. 10-inch zips, which is 25 centimetres, 5 zips, £2.99. So you can see those colours are different to the ones I've got in front. They will all be bright, but they might well be different to what I've got here. It might be a mixture. £2.99. As I say, because they're such beautiful colours, use the colours as a contrast, make it a feature. Look at this. If you were making a little bag or something like that, you could have this. If you wanted a zipped pocket on the outside, and you use some of that, like the Kaffe Fasset we had earlier, and then you could have either, but there was one with the orange one with the big flowers, the one that Edith said were like Japanese flowers. You could use that, and then you could have the orange zip, or you could have a yellow zip in there, or a red zip in there. Really make the zip a feature. So I think if you're going to put a zip in here, make people see the zip. But it is lovely when you can see these beautiful colourful zips, because they become a feature of the thing. £2.99 for 5 10-inch zips. If you've already paid your P&P already, if you've already bought something already, then just pop these in your basket. You're not paying P&P again. It's paid, it's done. That's one of the good things about the one P&P all day. Now we also have, where do you want me to go next? Ah, yes. They're all in a box. Okay. Hold on. You mean this one? So this, look at these. We mentioned these earlier on. What we have got here are threads made out of 100% plastic bottles. So recycling personified. I don't know if I can I slip that sleeve off? And also the box will be made out of recycled as well. Oh, I can't open the box because it's sealed up. But we've got an image, look. So basically it's black and white. There's 100 metres on each spool. So 100 metres on each spool of thread, $34.99. So that's 3,400 metres because there's 10. Is there 10? There's 24 spools of thread in here. 24,000. Yes, 24 times 100 metres. Yes. So 24 by 100 metres. So that's a really nice, and the box is recycled too, which is lovely, isn't it? So it's nice to think that we're sewing our own, which is already a good thing to do. And we can use recycled threads that have been packaged in a recycled box. I love that idea. So really nice. This is just black and white, which obviously we use most often, so it's quite useful to have. They're not going to melt, so they sew just the same. So don't worry about them melting or anything or leaking water. They won't do any of that. They act and they sew exactly the same as normal thread. It's just a new thing from Gutermann, who are thinking environmentally friendly. And you get 24 just black and white in this box. Now, as well as this, we have this one. So this one, again, has lots of, they're all 100 metres on the thread. It's the sew-all thread. So the sew-all thread is the thread that you can use for all sorts of projects. It's sort of every project. 100% recycled polyester. So you can use it for quilting, machine embroidery if you wish to. You can use it for decorative stitches, bag making, dress making. So Gutermann thread is sort of a literally sew-all. You get 20 rolls of thread in here, 20 reels of thread, and you can see all the colours, lovely colour range going on there. Considering it's new technology, I love the fact that they've got all of these colours, $29.99 for 20 reels of thread. And you're not paying, so it's still £1.49 a reel. So you're not paying a premium because it's recycled, which I think is really nice to hear because sometimes that's what happens. And obviously Gutermann's got to shell out for new machines and everything, so you know they're not passing that cost on at all. They're just going to show. So you've got, I like this. So you've got sort of like 1,000 metres of plastic bottle creates these threads. Isn't that lovely? It's a lovely, and I just like the way they've packaged them as well. When you're in your sewing box, you'll know they're the eco ones, because the bottom of the spool is green. That shows it's eco. And you've still got the grippy teeth on them so that you can secure your thread ends and they won't constantly unravel. So that's really lovely. So we've got that one. We also have, ooh, I'll just put them all in shot just so you can see why I'm going, look at that. But we're going to do them one by one because that's actually 3 different packs. So the darkest pack is this one. So it's 10 reels of thread. Again, they're the sew-all, the 100% recycled polyester made from recycled polyester plastic bottles. I should say polyester bottles then. And you've got sort of darker colours here, still 100 metres per reel. And it's still at £1.49 a spool because there are 10 spools in here. So just looking at a price comparison, this isn't the exact colour, but it is the same thing. It's a recycled. So it's £2.50 for 1 spool. So everything's the same, but what you're getting here is you're getting 10 for £14.99, which effectively is £1.49 per spool, not £2.50. So if you think you're saving £1 per spool and you've got 10 spools, you're saving £10. That's a quick bit of maths, nice and easy. So these are useful colours to have. They're always useful to have in the box because you'll find, I mean, black and white, obviously, beige, brown, red, navy, and then a lighter blue, sage green, a darker grey, and a lighter grey. So very useful colours to have. If you're never sure what colour to use, grey is a very good colour because it goes with everything. They call this rainbow. I can see why it's beautiful, isn't it? Again, $14.99. These would make a fabulous gift for somebody. I just love the fact that it's 100% recycled. So it's recycled plastic bottles turned into 100% polyester thread, which is sew-all thread, so suitable for all kinds of sewing. This is just another little step to being more towards eco. And sewing for ourselves is one step already. But then going on and using thread, which is packaged in a recycled package as well, which I think, again, is really important because Little Threes encourage other people. This thread, you can use it just the way you use any other thread. It doesn't melt, won't leak water. It just works like any other thread. Regular needle, really, really lovely threads in this lovely packaging. 100 metres per reel. We also have pastel rainbow. Oh, okay, so call these brights, but they are bright pastels. They are bright. So yeah, so here we have, so we've got some white and an ecru, and then we've got the yellows, the greens, the blues and the pinks. Sort of 2 of each, but going up in shades. Very, very pretty. And dare I spend your money for you, but look at that. That is the ultimate, isn't it? 1 of each. The black and white one in the box, we only have 5 of these remaining. We did launch them a few days ago, but we've only got 5 remaining. This is $34.99 and you get 24 reels in here. They're laid out like chocolates inside, apparently. I can't, have we got the still there? Yeah. Look at that. So they come in this lovely little box. So you've got layers there. I think that's what you mean by being chocolates, isn't it? Layered out, yes, so you've got layers of them. So you've got 12 in black and 12 in white. So they're obviously going to be your multi-purpose and used most frequently. And you'll know that they're the recycled ones because they have a little black disc on the bottom of them. And you've also got the grippy teeth there. Sorry, green disc on the bottom. I'm pointing to a green dish saying it's black. Yeah, green disc. But it also, see, it tells you here that you can wash it at 95, is it 95 degrees? Let me put my glasses on. So 95 degrees. So if you're making masks and you want to wash them at a hot wash, you can. You can iron with the hot steam iron, dry clean, wash. I'm not sure what this one is. I don't know what that triangular one is with lines through it. No, I don't know what a striped triangle is. But yes, so you can wash it at a hot wash, you can iron it with a hot iron, you can dry clean. So that you can use it for any kind of sewing and you can make anything you'd normally use your sew-all Gutermann thread. Really lovely. Now, I'm just going to recap the Bozal single-sided. This is the Bozal. So basically, this is something you don't see. Once you've sewn it, you don't see it. This is on the inside. We haven't had it for months in stock, so it's really good that we've got it back again. Most people are multi-buying it. It's $11.99 for a half metre. Remember, that is 150 centimetres wide. So nice and wide, so you can get a lot out of that. It's really good for quilting and for bag making, and it's good. It's a sort of a foam with a backing, and it's fusible on one side. You can feel the fusible, you can see it, it's shiny, and it's got fusible lines there. So you fuse the wrong side of your fabric onto the fusible side, and then you can then quilt or applique or machine stitch to your heart's desire. but by fusing it in place, it's not going to slip and slide around and move as you're working on it. It's also, because of the nature of it, it's very stable, so it will stand up, so it will hold shape. So it's really good for holding shape. It's easy to sew through. Regular needle, don't worry about your needle. You might, if you're going bag making or something like that, you might use a 14 needle because you want a needle with more power, more robust needle to get through. But you can sew with it, and then you can turn it through because it's flexible. Although it holds its shape and it's got stability, it is flexible and it is easy to sew through. Really good for bag making. What was that one? Oh, Beth Studley pattern. Yes, let's look at that. All right, so we've got an image of it made up. Now this is a great one for the bozal because you can see how it's shaped, and you don't want that to sort of collapse in on itself. So what you have is you use the bozal on the inside of that, and it keeps its shape. So Beth patterns are lovely. So this is £6.50 for this little pattern. You can use any fabric you've got, and you've got a choice of a medium or a large bag. Skill level, it just says medium. So it's an open top bag. Now, she's got it as an open top bag, but you could, if you wanted to, put a magnetic clasp on that. Just bring those in. So that is the open pocket bag, but you could close it, just a little bit of security. Little magnetic snap. These are so useful. There's just one snap in there, so what you have is you've got your two parts of the snap and two washers. Very easy to use. They're one of those things that help finish off a bag, and it just adds that little bit of security, because if you've got a bag like this and you've got it slung over your shoulder, it's easy to put your hand in behind you. So if you have a little snap that holds that top edge together, it's a really good idea. We've also got the swivel clip. So you can use these you can make little key rings for your snaps, or you can put an adjustable strap from your scraps, not your snaps. So yes, this is really good. So it's got a D-ring on it, so you can also use it to attach detachable long straps to a handbag. Things like that you can use that for. It's called a swivel clip. I think Kerry calls these lobster clips. But anyway, swivel clip, lobster clip, it's the same thing. So you can open it up and take it off as well. So it's got a little button there, you just open it up with the D-ring on it already, and it swivels. So you could do a long key ring, and you could, on it, you could have a long strip. I have got at home quite a few keys which I do not know what they belong to. So yes, you're absolutely right. So do a long strip and then embroider on it, or even handwrite in a permanent pen, spare key, dad's shed, that sort of thing. So you can label your keys and have them on these swivel clips that you can have on a hook. A lot of machines have alphabets on them, so you could actually do it on your machine. And we all have scraps of thread. So yes, it's a strong metal construction, spring-loaded catch, a rotating swivel clip with a D-ring. Very useful, quite useful to have. You could add it to a loop in the handbag, and then you could attach your purse or something like that inside. So again, or you could just attach your car keys to it. How many times have you had to sort of root through your bag to find your car keys? So you could just attach them to this easy. What you would do is you would attach the D-ring to a loop of fabric on the inside of the bag, and then you can just open the clip on the end very quickly to snap your keys onto them, keep your keys, or your face mask. So again, you haven't got to keep rooting through your bag for it, or the shopping bag you've made out of your ripcord. We're going to end up having all these little swivel clips on the inside of your bag with things dangling. It's an ultimate in bag organisation. Now, the other thing we have here, let's do these because these are good. So these are the Vario pliers. Now, these pliers are £12.99, and you can use these pliers to attach all sorts of snap fasteners. So it could be the jeans ones, you know, with a little jeans symbol on it. It can be poppers, metal-headed poppers, etc. So you've got in here, I don't know if there's any instructions on the inside of the card, but what you have got is a QR code on the bottom. Now what you do with this, if you actually hold your camera, your phone camera over that, you can open up a little demo on how to use this. So this is really useful to have. It's a bit like when you do track and trace. It's the same idea, but you don't use your NHS app or you're ordering at yes, okay, when you're ordering at the pub as well, you have to order at the pub and sit at the table, don't you? So that's what we do with those, a QR scan, and you get some nice little video clips showing you how to use them. But they're very easy to use, very intuitive really, and what you can do is you can make little clips. If you buy this, look at this, isn't this the most cute? This has got 72 colour snaps, and inside the middle of it, this little case that holds them all in place, inside the middle you've got a few more bits of tulle which go with the pliers. So when you're attaching these plastic snaps, you use the tulle, the bits that are inside there, in the head of the pliers. Shows you how to do all of that. And then what you can do, so this is the bag I made last week, and I've just put a snap on it, and I've also put a snap on the bag so that that can go in my handbag. And then I can also, and it's called snap because it snaps, I can also snap it. This is lovely, isn't it? I can also attach it to the bag. Now, I could have hung it on the inside or the outside, but again, if you're going to the shops, that's quite useful to be able to just throw your sunglasses in there, your mask, your car keys or whatever, as you're shopping with your beautiful bag. This is one we had last week, and I just made the little bag for it to go into. So that is really, really handy, and those snaps are brilliant snaps for all sorts of projects. But we have more than just these little snaps. I use these little snaps for all sorts of bags and all sorts of projects. They're really useful. But we also have, this is a bigger kit. The pliers don't come with it. We've put our pliers in it here. But what do you get in here? Because we've put some things in here, so we better tell you what you actually get, because you don't get the pliers. Right, so you get 10 colours of snaps, and you get 30 of each. So here it is. This is what it comes to you, and you've also got some of the tools, some of the different attachments that you need in order to attach different snaps. The pliers you have to add separately. And then you've got this all to keep. If you're doing a lot of things for children, these are superb for children. They really are. But as I say, lots of little things that you want to snap things together. I love the fact the storage container. I mean, forget the fact it's got the snaps in. I like the storage container. You could put your machine needles in here too. But it is a nice little piece of kit, isn't it? And it's got a nice snap fastener that you snap shut so it holds it all together when you're going around, so you can carry that with you. It stores everything beautifully. What's the price? £32.99. So don't forget, you get all of those snaps. So 30 times 10, so it's 300 snaps. And you're going to get some of the inner bits for your pliers. So these are the bits that you're going to use for these snaps, because they don't come with the pliers. The pliers come with some, but not for these particular types of snaps. So it all comes in there ready to go. So that's £32.99 if you want all of these and this bag. Now we're just going to go back to the other set, because I'm going to have another quick look at that fat quarter bundle. It is our special bundle of the day, you know. So I'm just going to go over to do that. Just have to excuse me going off one set into another. Here we are. So this we just whilst I move from, it's not far, it's just literally over there. But whilst I move from one to the other, just show how you can contact us. So look at this. Gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to turn it around this time. So I've got it this way up. Make sure it's straight, and Elliot, keep your camera straight. 67 fat quarters. Now, a lot of you have already checked out on these. The post and packing is the same that you've already spent, so you haven't got to pay any more. You can have split pay. You can have 2 split payments of £58.45p if you wish. No extra charge for that. We don't charge any interest whatsoever, and you get your bundle of fabrics after your first payment. So you can have all of this and paid for by, what did you say, the 1st of August it would all be paid for. So that's really good to know. All of these lovely colours. 67 fat quarters, which works out at 16.75 metres at £1.82 per fat quarter. 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble quality fabric. Really lovely. Now do go through. We're going to go to break now because we're going to welcome Beth back. We did have a couple more things on that show that we didn't go through, so do look on the website and you will see we had the sleeve roll, which is great when you want to press inside bags and things. We have the Odie coat, which is great for waterproofing things. Do look on the website while we do the changeover. See you in a few minutes.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I've got another hour with Sew with Beth, so that's going to be really good. Now, what we have this time is 3 different kits. Brand new to us, these are beautiful kits, as we've come to expect already, seeing what we had earlier on. They've already started selling. Now, we're going to start with the pattern weight. So what we have is we've got this in 2 different colourways. We're going to start with this one. Look at this. I'm not going to open them all up yet because we want to get into the demo as soon as possible, and then we'll open them up a bit later. But what you get in this kit is you get, I love this, you get your hand sewing needle. Let me see if I can, have you got those paperweight, did you take a picture of the paperweights? Oh, good. So if we can show that as well. So what we've got here is we've got the needle, we've got the embroidery floss. Is this perlé again? Or is this all embroidery? Ordinary embroidery floss, so you can use it in different pieces. Look at this lovely fabric. This lovely fabric has got sort of sewing machine motifs on it. And also you have got the wadding and heavyweight interfacing. Is that in there?
No, it's cotton.
So you've got cotton in there?
You've got cotton front, the wadding, so you can embroider with the wadding behind it to give it a bit of depth.
Yes.
And then just the backing.
That's brilliant. So you will need some weights to weight it down. Now we do have, don't we have those pellets? Yes, we do have those.
The recycle
So
pellets.
there it is, holding down a paper pattern. So you're using these rather than using pins. It makes it a lot quicker to cut out. So you'd put fabric onto your pattern normally, obviously. And then you will cut around and you just don't have to pin everything. But I just love the way these are great gifts for people, because it is just a very simple little sort of pyramid, but you can make 8 in here and you can hand embroider on them. Isn't that lovely? Makes really fabulous gifts. So that's one colourway. We have another colourway. We will open them up, but we want to get into the demo. So again, is this batik? Beth,
yes.
This one. So this is one that Beth's going to be working on. So this is a batik embroidery floss. We also have the needle again. We have the fabric that you're going to embroider on, and we have wadding to go behind it, and of course full instructions. So that is, and you can make 8. You can make 8 of these from
10,
this.
actually,
You can make 10. Well, she likes to be a little bit generous, just to be careful. Yeah. So that's what we have on that. So those are those we have. Peg bags have been going wild. They really have. So start with this one, 50. Yes. So this is the purple one. And just look at what you get in this bag. So this is £17.99. There is a coat hanger in here as well, which I can't, it's there in there.
It's there.
It's there. Oh, there's a coat hanger. Oh, thank you. So you've got your little coat hanger, which is, I can't believe that's in that bag. So that little coat hanger that's in that bag. Now, we've only got a limited amount of these because of getting the coat hangers, and you get that in your kit. So be aware of this. A third of the stock went on pre-order. And what you get is you get so much. Look at all these little bits of fabric that you get, all personally cut up by Beth. You get your background colour, which is purple. You get a lining, which is this lovely big print, this print here. And you also get, this is your washing line. Get a little bit of washing line.
Wax cord for the
So
washing line.
it's the wax cord for the washing line.
And then you get your Bondo web as well.
You also get your Bondo web, because you're going to Bondo web your applique fabrics to do your applique. You get the pattern. That's the finish. Look at that, and all those little clothes. So you get all those little templates. Isn't that so cute? And you do get another one of Beth's absolutely superb little charms.
I think it's
So
a wooden
sweet.
one.
This is a
in
little
one.
wooden one.
I think it is a wooden one
Yeah.
in this one, isn't it?
It's a little wooden one. Isn't that lovely? $17.99 and all of that, including the hanger, which is in the bag. So that's one colourway. That's a purple backing. So a third of the stock has gone. We also have it in this colourway. So this is the brown. So this is one of the examples we've got hanging up. So you've got sort of the browny colour there for your, basically that's the outside, but that's what you're putting your applique on. And you've got all of these brights, all these bright coloured panels. Can you choose which one you use for which?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah,
That's
how I
good, isn't it? Yeah.
That's why I've stuck extra in, and I've stuck, like I said, I've stuck some like little bits of like cord and denim, and so it's all 100% cotton, but it's like stuff that you would have your clothing made of,
so you
rather than just fancy bits of cotton that you've got. So I've tried to stick in sort of, because there's like a little tartany one that could be like a little kilty type thing.
Oh, that's so cute. And then again, you've got your washing line, your little charm, the Bondo web, and the full instructions. $17.99 for this whole. It's so lovely. This is such a. I mean, everybody needs a peg bag.
Yeah.
I have a peg bag at home. I haven't got one anywhere near as pretty as this. This is so gorgeous.
You can put more on it as well. I mean, I've only put a few bits, but there's plenty enough fabric and Bondo web to actually put loads more on it. You could put them on the other side as well if you wanted.
You could do, couldn't you?
Because your peg bag does hang and twist round, doesn't it?
So don't forget you've got your little hanger in there as well. So the hanger's in there as well. It is. It's a very, very generous kit. And the fact you've just remembered that every piece has been lovingly cut by Beth. That's quite a task, you know, cutting out all these kits.
Oh, it was so much fun though.
You liked it, did you?
Oh yeah, because I got to the... Because every single kit is different as well. Because all the packs have got different bits of fabric in. I've sort of got lots and lots of piles of fabric and thought, oh, you can have that one and you can have that one and you can have that one. It was so much fun.
I can just see you doing that.
Yeah,
You're spending
I did.
hours and hours putting your little bits of, but they all work beautifully together too, so it's really lovely. So yours will be unique because you won't necessarily get exactly the same.
No.
You'll get the brown base, you'll get the same lining, you'll get the Bondo web, you get the washing line and the little charm, but the actual specific little bits of fabric, they might not be exactly the same as these. They'll be well coordinated, there'll be bright colours, there'll be a mixture of fabrics. So you can have your different garments.
All
and of course the templates
so
for the garments.
It can still wash.
Yeah, so it can, yeah,
Just
it's all,
remember
all
to
cotton.
take your hanger out first.
Yeah, if you're going to wash it, remove the hanger.
Yeah.
Otherwise, goodness knows what damage you might do to your washing machine.
Yeah, that might not be a good
That's
move.
our 2 peg kits. We also have a kit for these little table mats. So these are little placemats. I would say really they're more for tea time. They're like really sweet little placemats and the coasters. And this is applique, isn't it?
Yes.
It is applique. So you're going to learn some techniques
Raw
at the same
applique.
time. And you've got applique and hand stitching as well.
Well, you can hand stitch because it's raw edge applique. So I did one sample one with just hand stitched
Like blanket
stitch
yeah.
around the edge, yeah. And that's why you've got an embroidery thread in there, in case you want to do it hand stitching. I mean, if you want to do it machine applique, right, that's fine.
Yes.
Brilliant. But you've got your thread in there just in case.
Yeah, and the needle again. So again, you've got the different colours of fabric to do your applique. You've got the Bondo web you need. Did you say you've got thermolam in here as well?
Yes, you've got
so
your
you've got that.
thermolam.
So that's the wadding that you need when you want to be able to put something hot on it. So
you've
like
got
a coaster.
That's
you want
cut to
to put a hot
size is your
drink on.
thermolam. pieces.
So that's cut to size, the Thermolam pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm saying what you've just said because I'm so used to hearing it in my ear and that they can't hear. So,
Sorry.
so I'm sorry, Beth, for repeating
No,
what
it's
everybody else
all
can
right,
already
it's me.
hear.
Don't worry.
I'm just sort of saying what you're saying the way I do what Kat says. So how many table mats and how many coasters can you make? 2 of
Two
each?
placemats and 2 coasters, yeah.
That's really
And
lovely.
again, you can change around because, again, I did it different. I put one on flower on one end and one on the other just to show you that you don't have to
Yeah.
have it the same. It's yours, make it unique.
Exactly. I think this would also make a lovely little mat to put a pot plant on. You could put the
Yes.
pot plant on the plain bit, so you've got the flowery bit to the side.
I'm doing a messenger bag version at the moment.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I like a messenger bag.
Me
So-
too. I like bags.
So this is just the one colourway, but we do have the pattern on its own. So the pattern on its own is $9.99. Is it? That's what I was thinking. Pattern on its own is $9.99. Hannah was a bit quicker than me. So the pattern on its own is $9.99. And then the kit with all the fabric is $19.99. So that's $19.99. That's with all the fabric, including the Thermolam, the instructions, the yarn if you want to, hand embroider, the needle, the bonder web, everything there. And then the pattern on its own. Can I open this one?
Yeah, I've got spare bags.
Good. She's a good girl. She comes with spare bags. I just want to show you the pattern because the pattern is $9.99, but look at the detail you get in this. And I think what we always have to remember is the pattern isn't just a case of somebody sitting there thinking, I'll make a placemat. Right, here is how to do it. They have to design. You have to design. You have to think about the dimensions. You have to
Made
try
them
out.
so they last as well.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into creating a pattern for something.
I didn't want them so that you'd use it once and it would fall to pieces. I wanted it so that it would last. So even these pieces have been done on thicker paper.
Yes.
It's not just ordinary paper. Because
Yorkshire paper again, Elliot.
yes, it's my Yorkshire paper. I
So-
don't mind. I'm sturdy.
You're sturdy as well. Not a flimsy southerner then.
No, as I say, I was born southern.
Where were you born?
Reading.
Oh, Reading. That's where my sister lives.
Yeah.
She lives in
yeah.
Reading.
Dad's
And my
from-
niece.
My dad's from Plymouth and my mum's from Hastings.
Okay. It's quite a long way from each other.
Yeah. And they met in London. And then moved to Yorkshire. And my husband was born on Ilkley Moor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ilkley Bartat.
Yep.
So anyway, the instructions on their own, we
Whole life
digress.
story.
The cherry blossom instructions. So again, very detailed instructions, step by step with illustrations. And then you also have the, excuse me. Okay, so sorry about that, bit quick cough. So then you have the templates here, and as Beth has said, they're actually on a sort of a card weight paper. So they will last again and again and again. Now we're going to get going with the demos. We will open up these kits in a bit, but we want to get going with the demos. So which one are you starting with, Beth?
Well, I've got this one, the pattern weight's out in front of me because
Okay.
we started talking about that one to start with. And it's so easy. Again, I've done a simple back stitch, but you've got I've just had it out. You've got 4 designs on your pattern. I did have another one here, but never mind. We've got this one now. So they've got 4 designs, and I've kept them together so that it's easier to sew. Mine have split apart now because I've been messing around. But if you keep them together, it's easy to sew. You've got enough fabric that you could probably make 10, but definitely, maybe not the wadding, but definitely the fabric. But you put the wadding behind your fabric, and again, you're just doing your nice simple back stitch round your letters. If you haven't got a heat erasable pen or a friction pen, a pencil will do because you're doing solid lines and so you should cover it, but a friction pen is always best.
We do sell friction pens.
Or a chalk
They are on the
marker,
website,
or
yes.
and then again, it's just you've got you sit on here though. You do, in fact, I'll just get to the end because I did a French theme, a French knot before, didn't I? So on the flowers, you've got some lazy daisies.
Oh, yes.
And your lazy daisy, you come up and then you hold a loop, your fabric loop round, and you go back down the hole where you've just come up, but you go out to the end of your petal, but you keep your thread round underneath your needle, and then you pull your needle through, and don't tug it tight because you want nice loose sides. And then again, you just go down very, very close to
But on the
where
outside.
you come out. So you're just securing that loop. So you come up. And the middle, if you've got a hole in the middle at the end, when you've done all your lazy daisies round, there's no reason why you can't put a couple of French knots in there to fill it up. But you literally come up, you go back down where you came up, out to there. And down for your lazy daisies. And then the rest of it's just backstitch and French knots. I will crack on because I know we've got a lot to do this hour. So what I've done with these is I've cut them to size, and I've cut them 1/4 of an inch larger than your line, and then I've turned over one edge, and I've done that on, and I've done the backing the same size, and I've turned that edge over, and then what I've done is, here's one I did earlier, just like Blue Peter, is you sew round. Okay, and then you turn it through. So you're just sewing 3 sides of your square. You're leaving your folded edge turned out. And then you're filling it. Now, I've got a little bit of wheat with me, because you can use wheat if you like it. You use in your heat bags. The pellets that you sell are really good. Or, like I say, you can use... The only thing is, you really don't want to get them everywhere, because they do... Oh, have you got some there?
I've got some here. These are
Perfect.
them, aren't they? Thank you. No extra cost.
I'll fill this
So
then. Not
these, I've got some loose here, but I've got to be careful because otherwise Beth would tell me off, because she said you don't want to get them everywhere. But look at these. So these are recycled pellets, aren't they?
Perfect, yeah.
They're recycled
I'll
pellets.
hide those.
So what you get is you get 1 kilogram in this bag. And again, so there's no extra P&P. So even though it's quite weighty, if you've paid your £3.95 already, doesn't make any difference to what you're ordering. So there's a lot in there. That'll do quite a lot.
That'll do quite, but you could do a nice doorstop to go with
You
it.
could definitely do a doorstop, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I like the fact it's recycled again. It's keeping in the theme of today, isn't it, with our recycled threads.
Definitely.
These are lovely. These just... make noise. You can just put your hand in there and fiddle
Very
with those.
tactile.
I'll stop. I'll put them to one side. Keep my hands out. Okay, so you've done
So
that little thing.
Once you've put some of your pellets in there, you're not folding it shut that way. You're going to halve it. And then by doing that, that makes your little pyramid-y shape. That turns it into its little...
So easy.
And it is, it's simple. It's so simple. In fact, to be fair, you can, if you're wanting to make masses of them, you could make a whole tube and just close the end and turn it through and just stitch them up as you fill them and stitch them and fill them and stitch them.
Couldn't you?
Yeah. Make like a snaky type
You
thing.
could, yes.
So you could do all sorts, but they're so easy. And then I won't throw it too much just in case I get bits everywhere. But
Oh, you can't see that actually. You need to throw it near you because otherwise it's out of camera. There it is, that's it.
And they just keep everything in place.
Yes. And it saves pinning all the way round, doesn't
And
it?
if you're working with like PVC or leatherette or anything that marks going through, and if you're delicate fabrics that might just show you pin marks, then you don't want you want to keep things in place, but without having the pin marks. So they're very useful.
Very useful. And you could actually, again, once you've got the idea of that, you could actually make bigger ones. And you can use that then as because I've made something like that in one of my books that I've done, which is actually a laptop holder.
It's just about to say a tablet holder.
Yeah, that's what
I've
I've
made
done.
one for my iPad. Yeah.
Yes.
Other makes available. But yeah, you can reading books.
Yes, exactly.
You can have them for
Kindle,
children
my
in
ebook.
like reading areas.
So I'm going to open the kit now.
I'll put my bits.
I'll look at this one first. It wasn't the one I was going for, but I'll go for this one. I'm tearing this, Beth.
Okay, I've got a spare bag.
Good.
I'll put those bits.
So this is this is the one that Beth's been working on. So these are the fabrics that we've got. So we've got this lovely batik fabric, the plain, which is the bit that you're going to embroider onto, a skein of embroidery floss, the needle, and then we have, this is the thermolam wadding.
Oh no, that's not thermal.
Oh, this isn't this one.
That's just.
This is just, okay, this is just a normal wadding.
Yeah, that's
What's it?
80-20 mix.
80-20, yeah. I love
Yeah.
this one actually. Again, it's a lovely soft one to work with. So you get that. Yeah, you don't need, I don't know why I said thermolam. It's because I'm cold. I keep going cold in here today. I shouldn't have worn a little shrug. Here's your templates. So nice and simple templates, which you can just copy. You know what would be good here? So I've got fun that I like to shoehorn in whenever I can. And that is a light box.
Yes.
So you could put this.
You can use that
And you
for
could use
your
a light box.
applique.
Yes.
I love my light box.
I know, exactly.
It fits down just in between my cupboard and my just drawers. So it's nice and easy tucked away, and it's in and out like a yo-yo.
It is.
I think it's on a piece of elastic.
That's what, it won't go in and out of your drawers too much.
Well,
Okay,
no.
so
No, not the drawers, it's in between the drawers.
we also have the instructions. So very simple instructions, but it just shows you through. I think the real beauty of these is it is a very, very simple project. It's a lovely gift to make for people. I love the really lovely designs that you've got for each one. So you can make 2 of each. And again, you've got this lovely embroidery stitch, little reminder if you wanted to try some other stitches. Shows you how to do that on there. It's got like little numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, so you know where to go for each stitch. So it's really great. This is the one you're making today. This is the colourway you're making today. This is these little pin cushions. No, not pin cushions. I'm going completely mad. Pattern weights. Pattern weights. So that's a pattern weights. That's one colourway. The other colourway we have here is this one. So this is the sewing related one. So this is the sewing, so it's $9.99. You can make 8 or possibly 10 if you're frugal with your fabric. That's a hard one to say, isn't it? So you have got the wadding, you've got the embroidery floss, the needle if you want to hand embroider all of this, which is a really lovely thing to do, very mindful. And then, of course, what you're going to need to add to that is, and you've got your back fabric, what you're going to need to add to that is your pellets or your weight, your lentils or whatever you're going to use to weight it down. So that's your other one. Again, you can make, they're approximately 7 by 7 centimetres.
Yeah, they're nice, cute little size.
They're nice little size. So really lovely. That's another lovely little kit for $9.99. Now we're going to look at the peg bag.
Yeah.
We've got 2 colourways for this. Both of them contain loads of fabrics to do the applique. So your background colours will remain the same. So this is the brown. So the brown one, you've got the brown, this is the background colour. This is the one we've got a sample hanging up there. Then you've got this lovely floral, which is the inside. So it's your lining. Seems a shame, doesn't it? Beautiful lining. You have Bonder web, which is the double-sided fusible webbing, which you do the applique with. And then you have lots of these lovely little colour swatches. And these have all been carefully cut by Beth. Now you have a different selection. They might not all be the same as this, but it will be lovely coordinated pieces. And there's enough there to make lots of the little garments, the word pegs, the washing line. So you've got the actual washing line in here. I love that. And then you've got a little handmade tag, little charm that you can pop on it somewhere. And you've got the hanger, which I think that's inside the packing. We will open them up after the demo, but let's look at the demo first.
So this is raw edge plique. It's nice and simple. Your washing line, it's a waxed cord. Now on the samples I've done it on the top, but again there's no reason. I've cut it long enough so that if you wanted to do it below and you wanted to hang your letters from it, pretending they were on the washing line.
Yes, I see.
If you wanted to hang your letters from it, pretending that they were on the washing line, and then have just a scattering of clothes round and about, there's no reason why you couldn't.
Yeah.
As you say, nobody's going to get the same fabrics, so everybody's going to be different. So, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're going to cut, we've got the pattern, and I've done it so it's on a fold. So you're going to fold your fabric. Now you need to make both the inside ones are directional, but they're inside, so if you make a mess of it, don't panic, because nobody's going to see it by you. But I just thought you have to have a pretty inside.
It is very pretty.
You can't just ignore the inside. So once you've cut your two pieces out for the back, you want to just turn under the top neck edge, and then all I've done is top stitched it, because that's where your hanger's going to come through. And then for the front, after I've stabbed myself.
So have you top stitched either side and left a gap in the middle, do you mean?
Those two bits are stitched together.
Oh, right, okay.
Because this front bit is
That's
same.
okay, yeah.
And then the hanger goes through there. So all I've done is I've just tucked the two pieces inside and top stitched them down.
Right, yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if you don't want to. You can't really hide the stitching on this one because this is already enclosed at the bottom edge, unless you're turning it through, and then it gets complicated. But these two pieces are identically the same. So all you're doing is you're sewing along the seam. You're matching the two pieces together, and you're sewing along that seam. And then to give it some accuracy, I've literally folded both pieces to one side and stitched along the lining. So I've caught the outer piece and the lining piece, and it's like a hidden top stitch.
Yeah, so you just basically press your seam allowances towards the lining.
It's something that they use a lot in neck edges in dressmaking.
Yeah, so it's called understitching in dressmaking.
That's it. I knew the word. Brain gone a bit. So that's my dressmaking bit coming back again, isn't it, rather than the quilting. And I've done that for the top and the front. And then it's just a case of, these slightly overlap, but it's just a case of arranging your letters and your things. All the letters have been drawn on your template backwards, because once you put them onto you draw them onto your bonder web, draw everything onto your bonder web, and then you iron it onto your pieces of fabric. And then once you've taken that off and turned it over, it's going to be the right way round. So the letters are all backwards. These are all symmetrical, so it doesn't matter. And you can put as much or as little detail on those as you want. So
I think, so it's one thing to always know about when you're using bonder web. If you're using numbers or letters, you have to do them backwards. But you've done it. We haven't got to think about it because it's already done.
That way there's no confusion, is there?
We like that, yes. What are you cutting out there?
I'm just going round the edge of the lettering on the on the P. Now, these ones, the ones I did behind me, I did in free motion, and I did just in black thread. These ones I did on here, I used a blanket stitch in a cream thread, because you don't have to do the same thing.
And did you do that on the machine or by hand, the blanket
This
stitch?
I did by machine.
Did you? Yeah, so
And
you
just
can use,
going
I think they call
round
that a
the
plique
curves,
stitch.
you just need to go very slowly and move your fabric. You can keep lifting your foot up and with your needle down, obviously. So
We've got single figures left of the purple option. It's very popular.
need to find some more hangers.
Yes, you're going to have to find some more of these lovely little hangers.
They had loads and I went in to get some more and they'd sold out. So I'm just cutting around the E as well.
Okay. So whilst you do that, Beth, I'm going to open up the purple kit before it actually sells out. So just to really show you what you've got in there. Whoa. So all of the little bits you need, all the fabrics you need are in here. Now these won't be necessarily exactly the same. So here we have, look at this, we've got the washing line and the little charm. Oh, I think that's so cute. We have, this is the main fabric. This is like a canvas, this one, for
Yes,
the outer.
it's a cotton canvas.
A cotton canvas for the outer. And the lining, and this is the lining for this one. So the lining and the outer, so these two pieces are the same on all of the kits. And this is the bonder web. So the bonder web basically is a double-sided fusible web with a paper backing. So it's on the paper that you do
And you've
draw.
got plenty.
And there's plenty there for all of
That's-
these little garments and the words.
That's what I've got left from doing this bag and one of those bags.
Oh, right. So, yeah, you get plenty left.
Yeah.
And then here are all the little bits of fabric. Now, they're different sizes. So, obviously, you can use the larger sizes for the lettering. And then you've got the smaller sizes. And what I like also is what Beth has done. So, this is like a little flannel. So, here we've got some little sort of crepey cotton. So, it's just like you've got different clothing, you've got different fabrics as well. So, you've got all lots of little prints. But you've also got occasionally, look at that little bit of gingham, school uniform going on here. How many of these pieces of fabric, does that vary?
There's at least 15, some up to 20 in some of them.
So 15 to
it
20
depends
of
on
these
what
little
size
pieces.
the bits were.
Aren't these lovely? All these different little bits of fabric.
But they're
And
all
of course you get
they're all
that.
100% cotton.
All
just
100%
different
cotton, so,
size, yeah.
so you can wash them the same. And then in there you've got your hanger. Look at that. Yay. You got your hanger. And you've got these, so this is again the templates. So these templates are on a sort of paper card, so they can be reused again and again. And the pattern. So the pattern is very clear. It tells you exactly how to do it. You cut it on the fold, and this is the little bit that you, once you've unfolded it, that Beth has sewn, ready. Instructions of what you put on where. And of course the full instructions and step by step. And then we have the same thing in brown. Let's just put that to one side with that, so I keep all the right bits together with the right pack. This is the brown one. So once whilst I'm opening this, Beth, so once you've cut your letters out.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna get your pieces, and you just literally just make sure you've got your rough side of your bonder web down before you touch it with the iron, because if you go for the smooth side, your bonder web will stick
Stick to the iron.
and then you need that to cool before you can peel anything off. Once it's cooled, cut round it, and then you can just play it where your letters want to go, because they don't have to go in the same configuration. They have to go in the same order, just not the same
Angles.
angles
Yeah,
and
you can
patterns.
play around with the angles.
Yeah, and then you can stick in added bits of clothing as well if you want. Make sure though, because you've already taken your seam allowance off here, you haven't round here. So make sure you're not putting anything too close to the edge, because otherwise it'll get hidden in the seam allowance and that won't be good. So,
yeah.
and then when you're pressing it, don't move your iron to start with. You want your Bondo web to
stick.
stick.
It's quite low tack actually. It sticks quite
Yeah,
easily, doesn't it?
It doesn't take long.
You could actually use an applique mat on top here or press cloth just to make sure you don't get any gluey residue on your iron. So looking at this kit whilst you're just letting that cool. So this is the other kit. This is the brown one. This is the one we've got the example for. So yet again we've got the little washing line, and you'll show us how you attach that, won't you?
Yes.
And we also have 15 to 20 of these colour fabrics, these different patterns and prints. The background, which again is a cotton canvas. The Bondo web, so nice big piece of Bondo web. And the backing. Look at that. This is the lining for the inside. And again, we have a hanger. Look at the little hanger. Isn't it cute?
And you could actually
the full
use different fabric
instructions.
if you wanted to inside.
You could. If you love that fabric and you say, I don't want to waste that on the inside, use one of your plain fabrics that you've bought from your fat quarter pack.
Yeah.
Just to put that one in. So these, it smells lovely too. Must be the perfume that we wear when you do all of this. And the full
I've got
instructions.
Some spray, I take creases out.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, so it could be that.
Yeah, it does smell beautiful. So that's the second kit. I don't know if yours will come in smelling beautiful, but that one does. So they're very, very popular. $17.99 for this lovely little kit. So we're using purple, but we're going to show the brown one in the graphics. So if you look at the graphics now, there's only 4 available. What we have got up there at the moment is the brown one. Okay, so if you want to buy the brown one, it does say brown. This is the one to go for. Okay, so back to you, Beth.
When you're stitching your piece of cord on, as I say, if you wanted to, it's long enough, so you could actually put your letters hanging from it on the bottom half. But I chose to do it at the top. Now, your trousers are the longest piece, so I would suggest you hang your trousers on first, where you want to hang them, and so that you know your trousers aren't going to fall off the bottom, because they need to.
You don't want your trousers falling off.
No, we don't want trousers falling down. And so then, and you can, if you're clever, pin it by just putting the pin through slightly on each end, because you can't actually pin through the cord. The cord isn't going to let you do that. It's just going to move and be awkward.
As you say, there's plenty there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm using the bit in the middle, but if you used it from the end, you could probably do too.
Yeah.
And then, okay, zigzag. This is where I haven't used this machine before, isn't it?
Should be all right, because it should just set itself.
Yeah.
And this is when it's a good idea when you're using a new stitch, whatever it is, to try it out on a scrap first, of course.
Oh, there we go.
At the
Look.
time.
See, that's how easy this machine is.
Yeah.
I have literally just pressed a button and it's worked.
So basically you're zigzagging over it.
Yeah, it's like couching.
Yes.
And in actual fact, the gap in your foot tends to keep it in position.
Yes.
So you don't even really need your pins. It's up already. Right. So that's your washing line on.
How easy it is to put that washing line on. And if you've got the backing behind that.
Yes, I've kept the backing behind. You don't have to. It's up to you. I mean, I don't think it makes any difference. Then use a pin or something and just scratch the middle just to get the edge of your Bondo web off, because you don't want to mess around with your edges, otherwise you're going to fray it all out. And then you want to stick your clothing along the washing line and press it on, and that goes the bottom of the iron. Pick that up. Okay.
That looks lovely. And then I noticed, just not wishing to hurry you along, but hurrying you along, you've got pegs.
Yes. Now, all I've done for the pegs is when I've gone round the clothing, I've gone round twice with the... shall I just get one down?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Do you want the other way around, or is that okay? I've gone round twice, and I've sort of put a couple of details in, like I've put the zip bit in and a pocket bit. But then for the pegs, I've just gone backwards and forwards,
Oh,
3 or
right.
4 stitches in twice for each one, just so it sort of
yeah.
hangs there.
I see the detail you've put on the little blouse, look, with the collar. That's so cute. And you could actually, if you wanted to, you could actually hand sew some little
You
French
put some
knots, couldn't
French
you, to
knots
make little
down for buttons, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you wanted to, you could do the whole thing with blanket stitch and French knots and nice little stitches. You don't
Yes.
have to machine stitch it.
But it's a good chance to have a play at doing free motion stitching because it hasn't got to be perfectly accurate. The whole point is it's that naive look about it, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that is the thing with raw edge applique, isn't it? It
Yes.
doesn't need to be perfect. And then once you've got all your pieces on, what you want to... Oh, nearly forgot a bit. What you need to do is you need to just take your fronts and just overlap them ever so slightly. And then you're just going to run a stitch sort of in, like here. Run it in so that it's not the full width of the thing open. It's just part way.
And it says all that in the instructions.
It says all of it in the instructions. Then once you've done that, you're going to put your right sides together and you're going to sew starting at one side of your neck. You're going to go sew all the way around, and then once you've sewn all the way, back stitch at the top because that's where you're going to need your strength. So all the way around, trim it to about 1/4 of an inch, and then go around and neaten it. And then the last thing you need to do is just turn it through. It is such a... Let me take this hanger out of here. It is so simple. But as I say, you can take your hanger out and wash it.
That's brilliant.
So
you just did a zigzag stitch around the
I've
outside
just done
to
a
neaten.
quick zigzag stitch, but I've just left the opening at the top, and then I've just neatened it going round and just zigzagged it and turned it through. And say it's all 100% cotton. The hanger comes in and out. It's easy, so you don't have to worry about washing it if it's out on the washing line and somebody flies overhead. You don't have to worry about that. So yeah, that's that one.
I'm enjoying the fact that my garden, which has got like a wild lawn, not because by design, but
it's
because
trendy.
It is trendy. But I get so many bees and so many birds. But the downside of getting lots of birds, of course, is they leave their deposits, don't they?
Yeah, well, the peg bag can go inside now.
Yeah.
So
That's really lovely.
and it's got a plasticized hanger on it so that if it does get left outside, it's not going to go rusty.
That's good. So you can, everything is sorted, everything has gone into such detail. Now we have got one more kit, and this is it's a plique again, using the Bonder web, etc. So this is the cherry blossom placemats and coasters. You can actually get just a pattern. So this is the pattern on its own. So if I show you that, then it's $9.99 for the pattern, because it's really good quality pattern. But when you then get all of your fabric and your thermolam and everything as well, for just basically for £10, does make that the better option personally, but it's up to you. You might have fabric you always want to use. But this is the templates you get. So you get the pattern, you get additional information, you get the full instructions. So that's what you get for $9.99. Now for 19.99, what we get here is this is the whole lot. So this is basically all the fabrics, the thermalan, the threads, the needle is costing you a tenner, effectively. And of course you've got the pattern, so you can actually then make more. So what you're getting in here is you get the thread, the needle, and then all of these little bits of fabric to do the applique with. Your Bonder web. This is the backing. This is the coasters. This is the mats. And then of course you've got the instructions and templates, full play templates, and this is the thermalam. So again, the thermalam is cut to size. So this is the size, I'm going to move that out of the way. This is the size of the placemat. So you can see they're small placemats, they're little dinner plate, tea time or something. And then you've got your little coaster. This is obviously just a thermolam. But look at that, it's a nice little neat set. Do you know what I like about the size of this? This is going to fit on a smaller table. Because not everybody's got huge diner tables. So quite nice.
A lot of modern houses aren't built with the space, are they?
No, my son's got a really nifty table. I can't remember where he bought it from, but it's like a little two-seater, but it's got a bit that you can expand. You can open it out and make it bigger, and then make it four-seater, but it's still quite a small table. So this size would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. So really lovely. So you get all of that effectively for £10 because it's $19.99 for all of this. So $99 for the pattern and all of this. And the fact that you've got the thermalam, which is the one that's good for hot plates to sit on, is very good, I think, because that's not so easy to get hold of anyway. So that makes that easier. And of course the full-size templates and the instructions are in there too. All these beautiful fabrics, the threads, the needle. I just love the way you put everything in it. It makes such a good pack.
That's the point. I can't stand kits where you've got to go out and spend another £30 to get going.
Yes, absolutely. Or you get the kit home and you just need the right kind of needle and you haven't got that. Or you haven't got the embroidery floss, which you have to then find. So yes, I absolutely agree. So this is the whole kit. So what bit are you doing, Miss Beth?
Well, I was just going to, a bit more applique. Again, these ones up here, I'll get one down. I've done. I'm sorry, Elliot, I'm ruining your display. I've done them all in different styles, just to give you a clue. These are hand stitched round the.
So we've just had a visit from Stuart Hillard. Does anybody here know Stuart Hillard? Nobody knows him. He's unknown, really, isn't he? Unknown.
No.
So yes, so Stuart's just popped his head around the door, which is wonderful.
Hi, Stuart. So I've just done these in different styles to show you. This is a raw edge free motion plique where I've just gone round with the black thread, and then this one I hand stitched with the floss, and I did some like just stab stitches going out for the French knots for the centre of the flower. And then this coaster I did different again because I did it in cream to go with the fabrics, but I did it in a blanket stitch with the machine. Now that is quite fiddly, especially when you're trying to go around that little circle and the points of your leaves with a blanket stitch, because it doesn't really want to go to a point, bless it. It's a lot easier to do blanket stitch by hand.
But it's nice to show the options.
Yeah.
So those people that don't like hand stitching, and I have to admit I'm not a huge fan, but I do like it when you're doing pretty embroideries.
Yeah, I find it really
It's relaxing.
mindful.
It is mindful,
I'd
isn't
say,
it?
Yeah, sitting down in an evening and just having some, or going away in my caravan and taking my hand stitching with me. Martin taking the dogs out and me sat there. So yeah, I'm just going to peel off the back again. Now these, you have got the pictures of them as a template and you've got the pattern as a template, but I didn't follow it religiously. So I don't think anybody does need to, really.
No, so you don't. You could have 2 leaves each side.
Yeah, it's up to you exactly where you put the things, and you can do your own little flower arrangement. Again, when you're placing it, make sure you're placing well within your seam allowance, because you don't want your seam allowances. Where's all my... Oh, there they are. Look. I knew I'd cut some leaves out. So again, you don't have to do 4 leaves if you don't want to. You can just do 2 or 3. And then just arrange them. What I will say is, when you're drawing your leaves out from your template, like you can see on this piece here I've drawn the actual leaf itself, and then I've put like a little bit round the edge at the bottom, and that's because that's the bit that's got to tuck underneath the flower.
Yeah.
Because if you cut it exactly to that shape, you're not going to have anything that tucks underneath.
Yeah, you want to have a little bit tucked
Yeah,
on.
so when you draw around your leaves, just add a little bit on round the bottom edge where it tucks under. And you can see where it tucks under. But, I mean, you've got quite a few flowers with leaves, and that's what I've got left over from making a full kit and some demos. And so you've got plenty. So if you do cut them out wrong, don't worry. You can recut them out. There's plenty enough Bonder web, and there's plenty enough fabric to have some little mishaps or happy accidents, as I like to call them. And then again, you've got plenty enough tree trunk and branch fabric. So, and then once you've ironed all these bits on, I've done it again, look. I've got an iron at home that is freestanding. You would think I would know, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, right, there you go, stand back up there. So once you've ironed those on, you want to do your applique, and as I say, you've got your options of which way you can do it.
Yes.
And then once you've done your applique, I will skip to this bit, seeing as I know we're on time. You put your right sides together, and then I've put my my thermalam on the back, and you can see I've given you plenty of seam allowance, and that's purely and simply because it's cotton canvas and it does fray, and so just to make sure that you've got enough and it's not going to fray out on you. But when you're putting it on, make sure you've got your flower completely underneath your thermalam. And then I'll take it back off zigzag. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? If you go round and you literally and you use the edge of the thermalam as a guide.
So you're just stitching just on it?
Literally just on it, because you don't want the bulk of the thermalam in the seam, but you want to hold it in place. I mean, you can stitch by hand if you want to.
It just gone from your mind. I was trying to think, what was it you were trying to say?
No, I wasn't even trying to say that. I was going to say you can 505 it.
Yes, that's true. You could, couldn't you? Yeah, 505 is an adhesive spray, temporary spray sort of thing. So it's really, and we have it on the website.
And I've forgotten to leave enough room there for a gap, so I'll just leave one there.
So the finished size of the coaster is going to be the size of the thermalam?
Yes. And then so you go around and then trim it.
So you've obviously left a gap.
Quite close. Yeah, oh sorry, yeah, I've left a gap down one edge. It wasn't going to be that edge, but I forgot to leave a gap. But I know we've all done that.
I was going to say the amount of times I do that, I have to then unpick a bit.
Yeah.
I have a little trick actually. When I pin it.
Put pin,
know you
I
have a
do.
pin.
I do.
Double pin.
When I
cross pin.
remember,
Yes.
and then you forget to put pins in, and then you look at the pins and go, "Why have I put a pin in there?"
Or the other thing you're doing, if you're making 2 or 3 of them, the little gap gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I've left quite a small one here. It's like, are my fingers that little? Really? I've had my daughter turn stuff through before.
Have you? How old is she?
Well, she's 19, but she's only a size 4, bless her.
Oh my
She's-
goodness.
and 4'10", and she's got these gorgeous slender fingers that can get in all the little places that my fingers can't. So it's Lily.
I do have to, if my sons are with me and we cook, because if they come round and we have dinner together, we cook together. And I do have to sort of say to them, what does that say on the packaging? And so I have got glasses, I could read it myself, but and that's what why don't you put your glass on? Because you're standing right next to me and you can read it. So
Yeah. No,
Yes.
they've got their uses, haven't
yes, they have.
they? Yeah. She's at university at the minute, bless her, studying to be an occupational therapist.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
That's nice.
So-
My son's just finished. Oh, he's just finished his degree, but
Right.
he's going on to do his master's next.
What in?
Sports psychology.
Mm.
So yes, it's very
Yeah, no,
different.
she's on her first placement
Oh,
because everything had to get cancelled and moved
yeah.
because of COVID, and then they gave her all the vaccines and then said, "Oh, we think we might do it virtually."
Well,
How do you do a placement for occupational therapy virtually?
yeah, I don't know.
But she's not. She's doing it,
Oh, good.
and she's loving it.
Where is she at uni?
She's at Huddersfield.
So that's close to you?
Yeah, because she comes home every weekend and does a Saturday job still in the local garden centre. Bless her.
Oh, lovely.
She's a little darling.
No, my son's at Chichester, and again, it's 20 minutes down the road from me.
Yeah.
So I do see him sort of a couple of times a month.
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday, he sort of phoned up, he wanted his trousers fixed. I usually see him when he wants something, to be honest, but there we are. And he wanted his trousers stitched up. And I said, are you going to come at lunch? He said, yeah, I'll come down, we'll have lunch together. Comes down, and then it's like, so we go and have lunch together, but that means I buy lunch.
Oh, yes,
Of
yes, I
course.
know that trick.
Yes.
Mum, can you just pick such and such up at the supermarket for me when you go? Yeah, right, okay, sweetheart.
Well, he missed a trick yesterday because he needed petrol, and I did say to him, well, let's go to
Ooh.
the petrol station on the way to the takeout we were going for. And he said, no, I'll do it later. I thought, well, there we are. You had the option, because if I'm in the car with you, the chances are I'd have paid for it. But
See, it's because it's locked. That's why it's managed to lock itself on there
Hannah's
now.
just saying here that she wears her worst shoes when she sees her parents, so that they look at it and they sort of say, you need new shoes. She's 30, by the way. Then she gets new trainers.
That is
We
so
never stop being
cunning.
parents,
We never stop being parents.
No.
I mean, okay, so Lily's only 19. I've got a lot of years left ahead.
Yes, you have. It doesn't get better.
I don't mind. So, yeah, once you've gone round there,
Elliot's saying his parents are the opposite. They expect him to pay for everything.
oh no, Mum, she treats me nicely though. She is good to me, so I
Yes.
don't mind. And
What
I
you
love,
don't.
you love them to bits, don't you?
Yeah.
You'd love them anyway, wouldn't you? so yes, you go round. You've left your hole. You've turned it through after you've trimmed all your corners back. And I'm not going to stitch around this because it's in black, but you would normally just top stitch around there like that, or you could just slip stitch closed your little opening and not have top stitching at all.
I quite like the top stitching. Well,
Yeah.
you call that edge stitching because it's close to the edge.
Yes.
But it is just top stitching by any other name. And I would increase the stitch length too when I do that.
Yes.
Would you?
About 3,
Yeah.
3.5,
Yeah.
3. Yeah, I think once you've got a wadding in there, you don't want to be anything less than a 3.
No,
do
I
you?
agree.
Because it sort of stays back somehow.
Yeah. And it's not to close a seam, it's just
No.
for decorative.
Yeah.
So let's thank you ever so much, Beth.
That's
it's been
okay.
a pleasure. It really has.
And a whirlwind.
We're going to recap some of the kits very, very quickly. the table mat and the coaster kit that we've just been doing. So you get all of the fabric in there. And the Bonder web, $19.99. So you get your fabrics that you're going to need for the applique, the Bonder web to applique it onto the, so if you wanted to do the hand embroidery around it, you've got the floss if you want to, and the needle with the big eye. And you've got the sort of canvas that you're going to make the table mats and the coasters out of, and you've got the thermolam in there, and you've got the pattern instructions. So absolutely everything. So it is cotton canvas, so it can be washed. I was saying exactly what Beth said, because it's not in my ear. You did hear that anyway, but never mind. So that's really good. And then you can get the pattern on its own if you think you've got your fabric already. It's £9.99 for the pattern on its own. And don't forget, it does come with these superb templates, full size. The purple peg bag is about to sell out. So we have more in baskets than we have available. So this is the purple one. Don't forget, you get all of these fabrics. The actual little fabric pieces might vary, so do be aware of that, but I think that's quite nice. So no two are going to be exactly the same. And you get the little washing line, and you get the little hanger, which is lovely. And it is plastic coated so that it will stay outside if you wanted to leave it outside. And then the brown one that we demoed, this is more of a neutral colourway if you want. This is sort of more gardeny, I guess, because it's got this sort of browny colour, more sort of wood. Again, you've got all these lovely fabrics. You've got a lovely lining, the Bonder web, I mean, full instructions, the washing line, and the lovely little charm. I think that's really cute. So that's all in that kit there. Fair few are in baskets again, so do remember, check out before you possibly lose it. The batik pattern weights. So we have the purpley one, which is, so again, you get the batik fabric, the embroidery floss, the needle, and this is the white canvas that you can do the embroidery onto. So it's really lovely, and it does have a little bit of wadding here as well to help with the embroidery. Great price for this, £9.99, and you can make at least 8. Oh, cross my bottom again. Hi, Wendy and Beth. Love the pyramid weights. Ideal small projects for practicing hand sewing. I agree. That's a really good idea.
Definitely.
Yes, it is. It's £9.99, and I love this one. This is our second pack of this one, which has got the little sort of sewing machine, dress form, labels, hangers, all little sewing items on there, and this variegated thread, which I think is gorgeous, and the needle again. So you've got everything you need in there to make those little paperweights, or pattern weights even.
But you could use them as paperweights.
You could use them as paperweights, couldn't you?
Or even like book page openers.
Yes. So all sorts. Very useful little things to have. Lovely little kit to make for friends and things as well. So thank you, Beth. Do you know when you're here again?
I am here on the 14th of August.
14th of August?
Yes, doing Christmas.
Oh, wonderful. I know we do Christmas early. We have to, don't we? You have to be prepared.
Yeah, I've just had a load of fabric delivered.
Okay.
Exciting stuff.
It is, isn't it? Very lovely.
It's very sparkly.
Well, we'll see you back then. And in the meantime, I have got another show. I've got the under £15 hour, because I was suddenly thinking, is it Yarn Lane today? It's not today, is it? So we have got the under £15 hour. So we've got some lovely fabric bundles, all of them under £15. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account. and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. Okay, I got into sewing through my grandma. I used to sit and watch her. She was a dressmaker, and I started off making toys, and then I was dressmaking myself, and from then I've done homeware and children's wear and all sorts of different things in between. I would say my top tip is to be kind to yourself. It's only fabric at the end of the day, and if things do go wrong, then you've always got your quick unpick. My claim to fame is that in 2012 I was a VIP driver with the Olympics, and I met some really interesting people who were very nice, and I'm hoping that I'll meet some very interesting and nice people on Sewing Street too.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, welcome back to the last hour. Everything under £15. Amazing. Now we're going to start. We've got loads of fabric bundles here around me, but we're going to start with something nice and basic and simple. And this is 1.5 meters of cream. This is Rose and Hubble quality. It's not extra wide. It's listed as backing. It doesn't have to be backing. You can use it for whatever you want. It is 112 centimetres wide. Let me see if I can open up the whole 1.5 meters. So this is 1.5 meters of, and I mean, if I turn it around this way, you haven't got all these little stamps all over it. 1.5 meters. That's 1.5 meters. And this is not completely unfolded, because if I hold on, look, you're going to have to fold this up then, young lady. Look at this. That's what you're getting for £9.99. Look at that, nice big piece of fabric there. So if you're making a lap quilt or something like that, that would definitely be plenty. It really would. And we're saying backing because it's just a big piece of plain, but it doesn't have to be. It's not a different quality. It's exactly the same quality as normal. So you can do, it could be borders, it could be sashing, it could be the back of a cushion. So you could just add it to your stash and have it there ready. There's absolutely loads. £9.99. So this is under £15. And don't forget, you're only paying the 1p&p all day. So when you go to checkout, so if you want to make sure you nab this, you can check out and go and then come back and buy something else. So that is that one. We then have, again, we're calling it backing, and this is teal. It's under £10, £9.99, and yet again it's exactly the same size as the one I've just shown you. I won't open it all the way this time, but this is the teal. This is a really nice teal colour. It's showing very blue on the screen here, but hopefully it's teal on yours. Nice contrast for some of those Fasset fabrics that we saw earlier. And again, it's that lovely big wide size, great size for a backing. Or even, as again, if you wanted to use it for sashing or something, or for the backs of quilts, pockets, you can use it for all sorts of things. It's just quite a nice big chunky piece. We then have it in, oh, sorry, we've got less than 15 of those, did you say? Less than 15 of that one, because chartreuse this is. So again, it's exactly the same size. There's chartreuse. This is a lovely green. This makes a lovely, imagine if you have a picnic blanket outside and you could use this green as a backing. This would be lovely. Really lovely. So lovely, nice big piece again. £9.99 for 1.5 meters, which is 112 centimeters wide. So it is a lovely big chunky piece of fabric. We are limited on that one. And then our patterned one. Now this is called a dressmaking fabric. Now I'm saying it's called because a lot of these other fabrics you can use for dressmaking, you really can. But it is a very lightweight cotton. It's almost like cotton lawn. It's cotton poplin. It is lovely, so it'd be very soft, floaty, very lovely and summery. This is £12.99. So is this 1.5 meters again, Hannah? 1.5 meters, but this is wider. This is the width. That's the width of it. So I would imagine about 140. I've got I can check it with the tape measure. So in old money, this is 45, and in metric 114. So 114 wide. So it's very nice. It's a very pretty colour, very summery, and this is 1.5 meters for £12.99. Obviously, if you wanted to, you could make a shift dress out of this, but if you wanted to make something fuller skirt or something, you might need to buy multiples. This is very busy for these because they are really good value bundles. So that's our 4 of our sort of bigger length pieces. So now we've got little spotties. Okay. So this is summer spot fabric bundle. This is unfit. Now we've got 2.5 meters here. So you get 2 for £7.98. both of them. So both of these for £7.98. Just wanted to clarify that. So what you're getting is a ½ metre of each. And again, it's a lovely soft weight. Is this cotton poplin as well? It is. So it's lovely soft weight here. You can, of course, quilt with it, but it is light. It's lovely and light and fresh. So I love that. And I love the fact you've got both of those colours in there together. Now, if you multi-buy these bundles, they're already pre-cut, so you will get them in ½ metre pieces. But they're nice little summer accessories. These would make lovely little summer dresses for girls, little pair of shorts, etc. Or even dolls' clothes, yes, you could do. Or if you're thinking, again, bag linings and things like that, these would be beautiful. You could make a teddy bear out of that. Both are a spot. They're both the same. So we've got a yellow spot and the purpley spot. Very lovely. If you're a new customer, it's a completely free phone number that you phone. It's 0800 001 4433. We do always have new people joining us, and this is like a real deal. Or you can shop on the website, which is sewingstreet.com. And you can then choose, so you can, if you go to the website and you watch live and then you scroll down, everything that we've had on the show today is there, and then you can click on that in buying. Post and package £3.95 for the day. So you can check out multiple times, it doesn't matter, your post and package is automatically stopped, capped at £3.95. I've got butterflies on pink. Behind that, this one. Oh yes. Okay, so this is sort of brand new Liberty that was launched just last week, and we have 4. All right, two and two. Right, so just these two are Liberties. These are all metre bundles here, so 2 ½ meters in other words. So what we have here is this brand new Liberty. Look at this, it's a bit different for Liberty, isn't it? Part of their Carnaby collection. Look at this. And then this goes with a Liberty daisy print. So this is, and again, it's this lovely soft cotton. So you've got butterflies and flowers. And then this is the print that we've teamed it with. Look at those together. This is again from the Liberty Carnaby collection. So this is £14.98 for these 2 pieces. So effectively a metre for £14.98. 2 ½ metre pieces. You can do a lot with that. Really lovely. This one. Yeah. Look at this, I love this. This is a Henry Glass design. So with the first piece of our 2, so again, this is 2 pieces here, 2 ½ meters. This is the first one. Look at these little watering cans with flowers and pots. Isn't that lovely? Very, very, very pretty. So that's the first of the 2. And then that comes with this little one, which has got an all-over print. Can you see this all-over print? It's got little snails, flowers, little ladybirds. Very cute. So is this Henry Glass too? Yes. So they're both Henry Glass prints. And you get both of these for £14.99. £14.49, sorry. £14.49 for both of these prints. It's a very popular collection, this. So this is a really lovely little duo there. Again, some lovely things that you can do with those. Oh, we've got one with spacemen. Here it is. This is astronauts and planets. So look at this, you've got astronauts and planets and rockets going on. Isn't this a cute one? This is a brand new bundle today. And look at this, my goodness. I've got to open that right up, look at that. So this is £11.98. So you're getting this ½ metre. Isn't that absolutely fabulous? And then, so if you wanted to get 1 metre or 2 metres of that, you can look on the website. But we're doing it as a bundle like this. So you're getting ½ metre of that together with ½ metre of this one. So this is well under £15 for this. This is 1 metre of fabric. Brand new today, this one. This is lovely, isn't it? I hate to say it because I'm not supposed to, am I? But wouldn't this be lovely for a little boy? You could make like a little bag, kit bag for him. Oh, how wide is the astronaut fabric? Let's have a look. Oh, that feels quite wide. Do you want me to? Oh my goodness, hold on. Keep going. 150. 60 inches, 150 for this one. So that's £11.98. Less than £12, so you're getting a whole metre. So it's designer snippets and then your astronaut, which is really nice and wide, 150 wide. Oh, we're already down to less than 20 of these. Do check out on all of these, because if they go, they're gone. Even if they're in your basket, they've gone, I'm afraid. Having them in your basket doesn't hold them. Where am I going now? Oh, yes, this is a love one, isn't it? So this one, let's have a look. This is mermaids. Nice and wide look. So mermaids again, 150 wide, and look at this. We've got little mermaids and seahorses and jellyfish. Isn't it lovely? Coral. Very pretty design there. It is, it's very, very pretty. I love the idea of these mermaids floating around here. Aren't they lovely? So this is the extra wide mermaid fabric. So it's ½ metre of this. And then as well as this, let me get the designer snippet. I love that designer snippet fabric. So this is, again, it's got that sort of ombre look to it. So let's have a look at that, what it actually looks like. Look. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that beautiful? You don't have to use these together. That's up to you. But isn't that gorgeous? Look at that. You could, if you can do, you could easily do patchwork and quilting with this. Do a little bit. You've got lots of different motifs. Oh yes, you could. You could fussy cut that and have certainly beautiful little pieces. That would be really lovely. If it's in your basket, do check out, because it's not yours until you've checked out. You want me to? Look, I've stacked them in a nice, neat little pile here. This one. Okay, so this is really popular. It's only £7.98 for both of these pieces, 2½ metres for £7.98. If I just open this, this is the yellow one. The quarter of the stock went when we first showed it, and here we are showing it again. This is great for little accessories. Yes, yeah, little scrunchies and things like that. Little purses. We were talking earlier about using that ripcord to make cosmetic bags or that sort of thing, but the outer could be something like this. So you have a pretty outer, and then you have the ripcord on the inside, which is waterproof. So that's a nice, lovely little set there. Mandala and leaves. Ooh. In the middle on the other side. Is it? No, that's not that one. This one? Ah, this is my favourite one. This is brand new fabric to us. Look at these. They've been on once before from Gossamer Garden range. Aren't they beautiful? It was very, very popular. Again, it's Henry Glass. Henry, I should say. Henry Glass, look at that. Isn't that lovely? Really beautiful design. It feels like it's sort of almost watercoloured, that. Very beautiful. You don't have to use these two together. You can use them separately. And it's from the same collection, so they do go together. But I love the design on that one. And we've teamed it with this. This is the mandala design. I think this is possibly my favourite, but there is another one I've got my eye on. Look at that. You see, that really does cry out for fussy cutting, particular designs. It's beautiful, isn't it? You could really use this. Absolutely beautiful. I think it's lovely. So, and of course, you know, simple cushion covers would look glorious in that. These are really lovely. So this is $14.98 for those two beautiful pieces of fabric, which is less than £15, obviously. So you could really, I mean, a metre of fabric there, so you could really get going. And this is sort of designer fabric. This is Henry Glass fabric. So you could really get going and make something special. Two fabrics with sea creatures. Oh, yes, I have. Okay. So remember, this has got to be under £15. Hannah is testing me to see what I think of the price. That's why we haven't put the price up yet. Look at this. Look how wide these are. Both 150 wide. Look at that. So we've got, this is the blue. We've got all these little lovely sea creatures. And then we have the white, and that's also extra wide. No. I would never have guessed that. $6.99 for both of these pieces. Isn't that a lovely bundle? I think that's, I can just see lots of lovely things made ready to go on the beach on the holiday. Little drawstring bags to take your swimwear with you. You can Odie coat it if you want to make cushions and things. Little beach cushion, yeah, because it's nothing worse than getting a numb bum sitting on the beach. So $6.99 for both of those, and both of them are 150 wide, so it's $6.99 for both. Oh, little storage tubs in the bathroom, yes. There's lots of different things. You could make little fabric baskets. You could embroider on top. You could embroider around some of those motifs. They're just very, very lovely. Bit of fun. Very good price. $6.99. That's amazing. Definitely kids makes. Absolutely kids makes. Oh, will we? So I'm going to take that back off that pile. Okay. Still got more. Oh yeah, I love this one. Look at this. So this is from the Gossamer range again, and it's been teamed with one of our sort of splodgy mix of fabrics. This is, first off, this is the fabric to start with. It's a Henry Glass fabric again, with these beautiful fuchsias on it. $11.48. Everything we have of this fabric here, is in this bundle. And then we've teamed it with this fuchsia mixer. So this is sort of it's a pink, it's almost marbled look. This is $11.49 for both of these two pieces. This is lovely, it really is. It's funnily enough, that that pink is not the same, but it picks it out beautifully. It just picks out the hint here. It's really lovely. Looks so good together. You could make a bag with that of the lining. You could make a patchwork with it. You could make a reversible bag. Yeah, you could. Yes, look at that. Look at the detail on it. Look. I like the detail. You've got the detail on the flower. It is the tones, the colours, and the fabric feels so beautiful. It feels lovely and soft. So it's a lovely soft cotton. Everything we're showing here is 100% cotton, so it's really lovely fabric. Oh, let's find the cream backing bundle. We put that together with that. Doesn't that look lovely? I think it would go nicely with the chartreuse too, actually. Look at that. Let's turn that over. Look at these. So there's actually less than 20 of this fuchsia bundle now. But look how well, see, a lot of these fabrics go beautifully together. But I just love this. I love the mix here. I love fuchsias. I've got some fuchsias at home. Oh, can't show the chartreuse again. I'm afraid it's sold out. It is. And then we've got the cream. So this is the cream bundle, which we're saying would go really beautifully with this. So that's the cream. So this is 100, we say backing, it doesn't have to be backing at all. This is 112 centimetres wide and you're getting 1.5 metres for £9.99. So we're going to go to this one. That would go well with the cream. It does go beautifully with that. It does go beautifully with that one as well. But these, so I'll just keep that to one side for a second. So this is the first piece of this too. So this is £13.98, designer fabric again. Take me home to the place I belong, country roads. It is, isn't it? Look at that, so a really beautiful print there. That's one of the two pieces, ½ metre. And then the other one, look at those, they're from the same collection. So they, and again, lovely soft feeling cotton. And then if we pick the teal out, is it John Denver? That's the teal which we've called the backing. So this is the bundle which is £13.98 for those two pieces. But you could, if you wanted to, include this teal backing, which will come up in a minute. This doesn't come as part of the bundle. But we've got the flowers. It looks like, is this grapes in between or is it just another flower? So it's really lovely. This is just taking it out of the way. That is £13.98. So you're getting a metre. And then if you wanted to add that, because that actually does go beautifully, picks out the sort of teal in the print, that's £9.99 for £1.5 meters. So if this was a background on a Dresden plate or a heart or something, it just makes the colours of the fabric pop out. Or if you want to keep it sort of more pastel-y, this is a more sort of, you want to make gentler, softer. and this is the cream. So it's really worth having this because it'll suit all of these lovely backing pieces. 1.5 meters, it will suit something that you have and you want to do. Half the stock of the cream has gone and the chartreuse is sold out. So the teal, we've only got single figures left of the teal. Then we're going to have, so this is, you know, I know this isn't, but it looks very Liberty to me, this one. Then we have this lovely pack. So this is a Riley Blake Flea Market fabric. That's the range. It was launched last week, and everything we have of this, do you mean this is all that's left? So this is all that's left in this bundle. Look at this. Isn't it gorgeous? So I love that. And we are down to single figures. So this is the Riley Blake piece. And then with that, we've got the blue. But you could team, yeah, there's so many different colours you could team with this. You could, something you've already got. But this is £10.98 for the 2 pieces. You're getting both this piece and that piece, both 100% cotton, both 0.5 meters. So you've got designer fabric to go with this paint, and that does, you see how that sort of brings the colours out when you put that together. Definitely one you could fussy cut. You could do a little, each square could be sort of different. Good to put with a big fat quarter bundle, definitely, yes. Now we've only got 7 of these bundles left. This might be the last opportunity to get this Riley Blake fabric. Oh, look at this. It's got writing. They're lists. I think it's, yes, it's got like a jar of buttons, something, a coffee pot, egg, pantry. It's just a mixed, very odd collection of words, really. Belt buckle. Yes, interesting. Now we've only got 4 of these bundles left. So this is the last opportunity to get this one. It is really lovely. Just open it out again, have a look. Look at all these different lovely stars, hexagons, and all the different prints. Very, very pretty. Lovely background to it. We're going to look at the Under the Sea bundle again. So that's that one. We've only got a few left of that one, remember, if you're interested. This is the extra wide one, the Sea Creatures. £6.99 for both. Last time I opened that one, let me open this one. This is 150 wide. Look at it. Hold on, see if I can get to the ends. £6.99 for both, that is. Over half has now gone. We can't count the baskets because we're really busy, but over half the stock has gone. So just please remember, it's not yours until you've checked out. So that's that one, and that comes both pieces together, both that super width, both of those there, and 150 wide. So you've got a metre there for £6.99, which is 150 wide. Really lovely. Now this is one of our few that has got 3 fabrics. These aren't extra wide. We've got one which is Sea Creatures. This is a Lewis and Irene fabric. And then as well as that, so you've got that, these little seas, we've got crabs and starfish and things, and then you have 2 solids to go with it. Yeah, so £9.99 for all 3. So you're getting 1.5 meters for £9.99, 0.5 metre of each of these pieces of fabric. This one is Lewis and Irene. Again, beautiful cotton, lovely soft cotton. I knew Elliot's starting to sing Under the Sea to me now. Under the Sea, yes, I'm not going to try and sing. And then 2 Rose and Hubble planes to go with it. Oh, I must fold this away now because this one's sold out. This one? Yeah. These are 3. So these are great mixers. These are great to add in between. If you do it, so it's under £15 for 1.5 meters. And if you can see these, if you mix these with some of the prints and you do the half square triangles, you can have sort of a plainer one and then you can have a really bold one to go with it. So under 1 meter, 1.5 meters, so half a metre of each of the 3 different colours. Just a really sweet little design on it. And it's an all over print, so it's any direction. So it's very good for lots of little bottles. You can make little tiny pieces with this and it's still going to have that lovely design because it's all over and it's a small print. You can tell this one has been designed for quilters because it has got that little print that would work well as stripes, as binding, as small pieces, half square triangles. It's all of these things. But dare I say, it would make a lovely lining too. What a pretty lining that would be. And I love this colour. So the same fabric but in that colour, and you also get it in the blue. All 3 of those, $14.49. That's really nice. So we find matching colours and seeing what works together can be half the battle, really. By buying a bundle, you've got that decision making's gone. Otherwise, you can spend so many hours just going through your stash, trying to find which one goes together. Don't have to think about it. It's been done. It's been done for you. And under £15 for 1.5 meters. They do well. These hours do well because this is such good value for all of these fabrics. But who does put them together? Yeah, I know. So who puts them together? It's Kat and Hannah. But it is a skill because they are both sort of, what was your background? I know Kat was in sort of costume design and she's done like fashion. You did fine art painting. So you see they have this artistic creative temperament. This is why they're so good at this. Well, I've got another bundle. This one's got 4. Is that 4? 4 for under 4, so it's 2 meters for under £15. So this is Moda, this pattern, and you're actually saving £2.47 on this one. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? And I just love the selvage with the little flowers on the side here. You won't necessarily get those because it depends which part of the metre you get. But this is a really beautiful Moda fabric. So this is $14.99 for this. This should definitely be over 15, but we're keeping this price down. We said we would. Then you're getting a purple, a chartreuse, and a blush pink, which picks out all of those colours that you've got in the print below. All of those are picked out, $14.99. Oh, we've only got 9 of these bundles left. I'm not surprised because this 2 meters you've got there. So for 2 meters, I mean, you can virtually make a quilt with that. And it's $14.99. It would look lovely in traditional blocks. There's all sorts of blocks you could make with that. But if you just sort of imagine sort of half square triangles, just because we were doing those earlier today, they look nice. They look lovely. And then you can do pinwheels and things like that. Look at that one. So you could do these sort of slightly differently. Only 3 left now. Oh, 1 left. Oh no, sorry, sold out. Gone. It's over here. It's the furthest away. Oh, yeah, so this is great for this. If you're going to make something to do with your other passion, knitting, crochet, look at this. So again, you're making a saving on this. It's $14.99 and there's 3 pieces. We've got 2 prints this time. These are stuff. So here you've got lots of little knitting balls. It's, Stouffer fabrics. Knitting Nook, this is called. Isn't it lovely? But what I love about this, I had this on before actually, and what I love about it, look, if you look closely, you've got little cats playing with the yarns. Lots of little cats all over it playing, messing up the yarns. It's really sweet. So we get that one. We also get this one, so it goes well with it. So this one is little socks. So it's knitting, I think it's knitting, is it knitting and crochet? Yes it is, it's got crochet hooks as well. So you've got socks being knitted, balls of yarn, crochet hooks. So it's so lovely. If you know somebody who knits or crochets, then now is the time to make them a nice bag for their knitting needles or for their latest project, a little project bag. Or you could, if you go for yourself. This is really lovely. And as well as those 2 prints, in this bundle for $14.99, you then get a plain. And of course this plain, it's a blue, it looks, yes, it looks grey on the website, but it isn't. It is a blue. It's like an indigo blue, I would say. Look at those all together. Look really good. So it picks up the blues in these 2 fabrics. That's $14.99. We have 3 more bundles. This one. Let's bring these together. Look at this one. So this is a Japanese. This will probably be popular with bag makers. Look at this. There's metallic on this. Can you see it? So if I move the fabric, you can sort of see the sheen of the metallic. This is just one of the 2. This is $13.98 for 2 pieces. This is one of them. So yes, absolutely beautiful for bag making. And then the second one in this two pack is this one. Look at that. Look at the flowers, the lovely flowers on that. And again, it's gold. It's got gold print around the flowers, around the leaves. Really beautiful. So these 2 pieces, $13.98. These are Japanese inspired. It's actually made in Japan. This is actually made in Japan. 100% cotton. This is really lovely. So much detail. Oh, is it? Red's lucky in Japan. And then the cranes. Is this one made in Japan too? Yes, this is made in Japan too. So it's not even just Japanese inspired. It comes from Japan. Isn't this beautiful? Dancing with Cranes. That reminds me of the ooh from a Karate Kid. I know it's not Japanese, but there we are. I'm just thinking of the crane, because that's what he did. He did the crane, and that was his winning move. I know, things I know. So that's that really lovely. That's $13.98 for those 2 people. And don't forget they've got that gold thread going through them. We're going to whiz through the last 3. Okay, this blue, look at this. I love this. I've been eyeing this up. This is brand new Henry Glass. It's only been on once before, this one. This is Midnight Sapphire. And then it's been teamed with this lovely blue. 10.98. So it's 10.98 for a metre of fabric effectively. So you're getting half a metre of the Henry glass and then half a metre of the blue. This has only been on air once before, this one. And this is our new bundle to go with it. Very fresh, it's very lovely. Look at that, beautiful together. We have then got 2 more. Oh, the grey mode, this one. So this one here, this is a Moda bundle. Be gentle, be truthful, be gentle and tearless. Mahatma Gandhi said that. This is a Moda fabric, isn't it? Prairie grass patterns is called. Beautiful. So that is really lovely, really beautiful. And that is teamed with this one. So this is this lovely little grey. It's like little sort of diamonds. So again, it's Moda. It's just like a tiled floor, but look how well those two go together. Really lovely, sort of soft colours, grey and green. Very beautiful. And then, as well as those two beautiful ones, we have our last little bundle here, which is 2 florals, really pretty floral fabrics. Henry glass again. This is the lighter of the two, so this is $14.49. Look at that, isn't it lovely? I love the prints on that. And then we have the same fabric, but this time in a black. This is lovely, it's a lovely all over print. So this is great for quilting because it's a small print all over, no direction. So this will cut up beautifully into small pieces, if you so wish. And if you have your fat quarter bundle, wouldn't it go well with lots of colours in that? Really lovely. So do keep looking on the website for these. They're there all day today if you haven't grabbed them already. We're now going to look at the menu for tomorrow. And then we're going to go back to the fat quarters. But the menu for tomorrow is... What we have is, I think it's with John, isn't it? So it's John with Catherine Wright. So the first thing you've got, it's a twist table runner with Catherine Wright. Then at 9 o'clock, John will be with quilting tools. And then at 10, Catherine is back with a crazy patchwork bag. And at 11, fabulous fabric. So more looking at some fabulous fabrics. And then at 12, he's over to Yarn Lane, where Catherine is going to bring some summer crochet throws. So that's a really nice mixture of shows to watch and enjoy tomorrow. Not things under 15, but we can't, this isn't under 15. But we couldn't go without mentioning this because we're so proud of this particular selection of fat quarters that we have for you here. 67 fat quarters, 67 for £116.91p. That's 16.75 metres of fabric, or £1.82 per fat quarter. Such an amazing bundle with all these beautiful colours, sort of every colour imaginable, which would go so well with lots of those lovely prints we were just looking at. So though this isn't under £15, it really is absolutely fabulous, great value. £116.91. What more can I say about these beautiful fabrics? They're absolutely gorgeous. Get them for your stash, enjoy having them. You'll always find a use for all of these different fabrics, you really will. So that is it for today. Next time I'm back is next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend. I'm actually here on the Saturday and Sunday, which is an unusual one for me. So I will see you all then. Enjoy the shows with John tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.